Hello everybody, very good morning to one and all. I hope everybody is eager to start this session. Unfortunately, due to certain technical lags, it was a little bit delayed. But I hope that everybody is doing absolutely fantastic and must be ready to begin this session immediately. So this particular session, as I have written, it is going to be a very significant event because here in the next 6 hours, we are going to see the continuous section of the modern Indian history. I think all of you would be able to recall it that in our previous session, we had already covered up the history from the ancient till the 1857. And in today's session, I would be there to discuss the syllabus of modern Indian history based upon the NCERTs of class 8th and the theme 3rd of class 12th. All right. Apart from that, certain more inputs would be from my side. But before proceeding, just confirm me once that if my voice and the video, they are coming properly or not, so that we could proceed further. All right, everyone. So let's get started. But before proceeding, make it sure that you share this class link with your friends as well as anybody who is interested in getting a very new approach towards the modern history. All right. So just tell me, confirm yes or no in the session so that I can proceed with that. All right, everyone. So let us get started. But before beginning, let me tell you a very important thing here. Actually, StudyIQ IAS is a platform where you can get the availability of all your necessary conditions, all your necessary requirements to crack this examination in the very first go. No matter what, if you are a student of the first year in college or second year or in third year, or if you are a person who has taken a gap to make your preparation very solid, then we have got the different duration courses like silver, gold and platinum, where you have the different validity durations, and these will be basically providing you a one-stop solution along with a lot of things like dedicated books, etc., like daily current affairs, as well as the complete and comprehensive coverage of the syllabus, along with the significant emphasis upon the preliminary and the mains examinations separately. So basically, if you are able to clear the prelims stage under this program, you will be called to StudyIQ campus in Delhi NCR as the part of the mains residential program also. So these are very outstanding opportunities for any student who wants to pursue this, and therefore use this code ASR live in order to get it at your help. All right, everyone. So now let us start with the session. Okay. So make it sure that if it is able to be visible for you. So in case you want the content here, you can join my Telegram channel as well by scanning this QR or simply by joining that particular link. Now, let's get started. Indian subcontinent before the British conquest. This is actually a map of 1764. All right. Basic question rises in front of us that, sir, what is the meaning of modern history? All right. So a question arises that what is the meaning of modern history, and since when should we study? All right. Meaning of modern history and since which year? That is a very significant question, right? Very significant question. Here, first of all, if we talk about the modern history, we are not concerned about any particular duration or any particular period. Rather, we are concerned about the emergence of the modern value system. In the previous marathon as well, you might have observed that we had covered certain parts of the modern history starting from the demise of Aurangzeb from that time onwards. However, the historians are not very much agreed upon the period to which the consideration of modern history is applicable. Like some of them are saying it should be 1707 to 1947. There is another group which says that it should be 1757 to 1947. Others, they say that it should be 1857 to 1947. So basically, the difference here is that all of them have something in common. What is common? The common is basically the presence of British dominance. All right. But what is the unique about each of them? The unique aspect is basically here the beginning of British dominance is the only factor. It is the only factor, right? Whereas in this aspect we can say that political hegemony of British. So guys, in the first two classifications, it is quite understandable that British hegemony is the primary focus when we try to categorize the modern history from the point of view of understanding it. But in reality, the modern history that is categorized when we talk about the influence of modernism, which includes the modern governance, okay, the modern structure of government. When we talk about the representative government, all right, representation of people. When we talk about a modern society, or when we talk about a modern approach to reform the society, all right. Overall, if we say that the values like education, the values like humanism, the values such as the human-centric policies, all right, etc. So these are basically the essential elements which determine any particular period, whether to be designated as a modern period or not. Okay. So this is basically the reason because of which we consider the 1857 revolt as the benchmark of the list of events from where the events started taking a turn towards modernization of not only the political system of the country, but also the modernization of the common people, their thought process, their approach towards the reforms, and their approach towards the dealing with the government as their matter of right. Okay, everyone. So basically we will be doing the portions, but let me just give you a timeline approach. And it is very essential to understand the timeline of Indian modern history, because in the timeline, it will be easy for you to get a basic idea that what was the flow of events which ultimately led to the independence of India. So beginning with the British rule or the onset of the British rule. All right, everyone. So British rule can be categorized into two significant portions. Number one, the company rule, and number two, the crown rule. All right. When we talk about the company rule, basically it spans from 1765, I would say 65 to 1857, and this spans from 1858 to 1947. If we talk about the major incidents of the company rule, so this started with the Battle of Plassey and Buxar. We all might be aware that this took place in 1757 and this in 1764. However, both were the British quest of British dominance over Bengal. All right, British dominance of Bengal. After that, there would be the next event, important event, that would be the grant of zamindari rights okay everyone, this would be done through the Treaty of Allahabad in 1765. Okay, 1765. After that, there would be the next event, which will be the battles, right? The battles with Mysore and Maratha. All right, Mysore and Maratha. So basically, starting from 1767 and going up to 1818, the British will be dealing up with the battles involving Mysore and Marathas as the two powerful kingdoms in the Deccan, in the southern India particularly. Good morning, Dance Floor Diva and Mukund. Good morning, everyone. Guys, make it sure that you share this class, this session with your friends as well, so that they can also join the session. And we will be comfortably covering each and every aspect, but the focus will be from 1857 onwards. I'm just giving an overview of the timeline in the company rule, that because we all have done that in the previous week's marathon, where we had covered the entire history in 9.5 hours since the beginning up to 1857. So if you have not watched that lecture, you can search for that lecture. That live marathon is one of the longest on our channel, and it will be really helpful for all of you. But first of all, let us focus in the today's session. Now, when we talk about this particular period, right, make it sure that this era is very essential to get a basic idea, right? So here, after the battles with Mysore and Maratha, what was the next step? The next step was the expansion of the British administrative systems. British administrative systems. For example, if we talk about the British administrative systems, we have the various organs. For example, the judiciary, the land revenue systems, and the administrative and military systems. So if we talk about the judiciary, the British were basically trying to bring a so-called rule of law in order to integrate the judiciary with the ongoing government. Okay, everyone, here we can understand it with the help of the establishment of Sadar Diwani and Nizamat Adalats. Okay, Sadar Diwani and Nizamat Adalats, and basically these will be covered up, and they were established in the 1773 Regulating Act of Regulating Act. Similarly, there would be a Supreme Court. Once again, Supreme Court will also be established under the 1773 Regulating Act. All right, good morning, Dinesh. So basically, when we talk about these type of amendments or these type of changes the British were introducing, about which we have already discussed, these were the efforts brought by the British in order to ensure that any particular society upon which they are ruling, that society is governed strictly under the rule of law. All right. Apart from that, the land revenue system, they had also changed it comprehensively, and they had actually introduced the permanent settlement. All right. As well as the two more systems, namely Rayatwadi and Mahalwadi. All right. So if we talk about the varying areas, these three distinct systems, they were introduced in the different parts of the country, including the overall area of 19% of the British, and then Rayatwadi was approximately in 51%, all right, and approximately 30% area that was covered under Mahalwadi system. Primary regions where it was introduced, that included Bengal, Odisha, and some parts of Bihar, whereas Rayatwadi was introduced primarily in the Bombay province, Madras province, and some parts of northern Gangetic plains. Okay. Then Mahalwadi, that was primarily introduced in the Gangetic plains and Punjab, etc. So overall, we can say that British were able to consolidate the entire administrative setup in order to make sure that their rule, their authority in India is having a consolidated grip upon the common people. Similarly, apart from the expansion of the British administration, they had also ensured that their administration is a very well designed administration for the benefit of the British rule, not for the benefit of the Indian authority. Right, everyone? So therefore, they would be introducing several reforms as such, but these reforms would be primarily benefiting the British, not the Indian people. For example, British constitutional reforms. Now, some of the people might be thinking that why am I calling it as the constitutional reform? That does not matter what am I calling it, because basically British were calling it as the constitution because they were introducing it to govern the designated part of the British Indian territories that they held. Okay, everyone. So it includes all over the acts starting from 1773 Regulating Act, moving further to 1784 Pitt's India Act, moving further to the Charter Acts 1793, 1813, 1833, 1853, all these Charter Acts. Okay. Apart from that, they would be introducing several acts, but under the name of Government of India. So that will be a different thing. We will be studying that in detail. This is just to give you a brief timeline. And guys, we all are aware that several social and administrative changes that led to the reactions from the various parts of our society. Reactions from the various parts of our society, and that emerged into the tribal and peasant rebellions. Tribal and peasant rebellions. All right. Now let us come to our today's topic, and that is 1857 revolt and later. All right. So I think you all must have got a basic idea that the British, they were trying a lot of things. They were trying to introduce so many changes into the Indian society. They were trying to put emphasis upon the British welfare, upon the British benefits rather than the welfare of the Indian subjects. Therefore, ultimately, the combined anger against the British changes that resulted into the Great Revolt of 1857. All right. So let's get started with the topic of 1857 revolt, and we will take a look of the brief timeline, after which we will start the detailing of the events. So this timeline goes from 1857 up to 1947. So this would be basically the 1857 revolt. All right, everyone. Then it would be 1858, the Act for Good Government of India, the Act of Good Government of India. After that, it will be 1861, the Indian Councils Act. Indian Councils Act. So basically, this will be the first Indian Council Act. Apart from that, next one will be the 1865 Campbell Commission. Okay, Campbell Commission. For the Odisha famine. For the Odisha famine. Then after that, there would be the Great Famine of Bengal, 1870. Great Bengal, right, famine. Guys, some of the students nowadays, they keep on asking the questions that, sir, why are you saying it great famine? What is so great about a famine at least? Guys, this is actually the difference of comprehension. The British regarded this anything particular, right, anything which is on a very massive scale, they called it as the great. Like the great empire, it does not mean the great in the qualitative sense. Great empire means the large or the big, huge empire. Similarly, when we talk about the Great Bengal famine, this Great Bengal famine does not mean that anything which was great there. No. It means it was a very massive, very extensive level of famine which occurred in 1870. All right. This would be continuously going on till 1877. All right, till 1877. And when there will be a famine, there will be a famine in Bengal from 1870 to 1878 probably. There only the British authorities would be held, right, they will be holding the Delhi Darbar. They would be holding up Delhi Darbar. So again, after that, we will have the another major event, that is in 1885, establishment of the Indian National Congress. Guys, I have included two famines in the timeline, and why so? Because these two famines will be greatly responsible to shape the mindset of the people, to allow the educated people in India to have a basic opinion that would be negative about the British, and therefore they will start thinking about getting rid of the British rule at least, or to get a participation in the British rule in order to tell them about the actual issues that which were faced by the people of India. So that's why these are very important. And after that, we have we have 1892 in Second Indian Councils Act. Second Indian Council Act. Okay, everyone. This is important. Why so? Because in the Second Indian Council Act, the Indian people, they will be allowed to at least send their popular representative, even if not on the basis of the elections as such, but again, at least on the basis of a cumulative popularity. For example, suppose I am a teacher. So if I am supposed to be sent as the representative in the British legislature or British Indian legislature, then at least some of my fellow teachers or my teaching community members, they would be authorized to send my name as, or recommend my name as a representative. So then British will be nominating me as a member. Okay. So this is the basic system which was started by the Second Indian Councils Act. Okay, everyone. Apart from that, let me also tell you, after that, there would be another significant event in the 1905. Now, in the beginning of the 20th century, there would be a great number of the significant events. Therefore, it would be quite difficult to include some of the events and to exclude some others. Therefore, do not misjudge or do not misunderstand that why have I left any particular event. It simply states that whichever events which are included here, they are more important. Bengal partition, extremely crucial moment. Bengal partition is very, very important in defining the direction of India's freedom struggle. Apart from that, we have in 1906, we have the establishment of the All India Muslim League. Okay, even that is also a significant event, because the All India Muslim League, it will be responsible to create a communal rift among the two largest sections of people in India, the Hindus and the Muslims. All right, everyone. Apart from that, we will have in 1909 the Morley-Minto reforms. All right, Morley-Minto reforms. Now, some of you might be thinking that why not Surat split? Because Surat split was, it was simply reconciliated in 1916. Rather, 1916, the reconciliation will be more important. Okay, everyone. So basically, the Indian Councils Act number 3. This will be called as the Morley-Minto reform. Why so? Because this was introduced with a lot of reforming steps taken by the British, the so-called reforming steps, and you would be surprised to learn that these reforms included the introduction of communal electorate. These reforms included the beginning of the first membership to the Indians in the Viceroy's Executive Council. Not only that, it also introduced the concept of elections, at least with the most restricted franchise, and therefore only a handful of people were allowed to sit in the legislatures. However, at least one positive change that was brought, that Indians who were called as the non-official members, they were allowed to be in more numbers than the official that is the European members. However, remember one point, that British, they always showered the blessings upon such people who were very much pro-British in their approach. Therefore, whosoever was anti-British, not supporting the British, they were not allowed to become the members in such type of legislative councils. All right, we will see the details. After that, we have a very significant event in 1916. That's basically the Lucknow Pact. Now guys, why is Lucknow Pact important? Because in Lucknow Pact, for the first and probably for the last time, Congress and Muslim League, they were anonymous, right? They were unanimous on any significant political question where they were raising the demand of the at least nomination of half of the members in the Viceroy's Executive Council that should be Indians. They were also having the consensus upon allowing the withdrawal of the home expenses. They were also asking for the establishment of the Indian High Commission in British capital of London. So all these demands, and more or less, remember that point, more or less these demands would be accepted by the British with a little bit of tweaks here and there. And why so? Why would they be accepting it? Because they did not want any type of chance which would enhance the adherence or enhance the proximity among the two largest sections of people, that is Congress and Muslim League. That's why. Apart from that, we have the Jallianwala Bagh incidents as a very, very important event. And why is it important, guys? Jallianwala Bagh incident is very crucial because this led to the emergence of the national movements. Because before this, there used to be only the movements in a specific area. Even, let me tell you that the Bengal partition, the reaction to the Bengal partition, which was called as the Swadeshi and boycott movement, the Congress leaders, who were of course moderates, even they wanted to keep it limited to the Bengal only. They did not want to expand it to the outer parts or the other areas. But once the Jallianwala Bagh incidents took place, this was like an all India issue which resulted into the emergence of the widespread rage and anger against the British atrocities. This is why usually people recall Champaran or Ahmedabad mill strike or the Kheda issue. However, it was through the non-cooperation movement due to which Mahatma Gandhi gained a national identity. Yes, it is absolutely true that Gandhi was very much popular all over the country, even when he had not led a single movement in India, but that was mainly due to the exercises done by the Congress leaders. He was not popular as a politically successful leader in the Indian causes. He was popular among the common people as someone who is a mystic, who has some sort of a charming power or maybe something, some other type of power to decimate the British pride. So there was more of this element of, this element of the folk legends rather than the element of substance in the popularity of Mahatma Gandhi. And this is not my statement. This is basically a well observed notion of the most of the historians who observe the arrival of Mahatma Gandhi on the political scene of India. They prefer that Gandhi was not very much popular as a political leader, right? But he was very much popular as a mystic personality with some sort of supernatural powers, because the large crowd in Haridwar Kumbh Mela, when they flocked to see Mahatma Gandhi, to get a darshan of Mahatma Gandhi, as Bipin Chandra describes it, there was not an element of not an element of the political leadership into that. It was purely the element of the sacred reverence that he had earned among the common people. So that's why. Okay, so good morning everyone, those who are joining right now. After that, there would be the great movements led by Gandhiji, particularly from 1920 to 1922. There would be the movement called as the non-cooperation movement and Khilafat movement. So non-cooperation and Khilafat, this would be defining the entire political course of India, because after that there would be the complete upgradation in the methodology, in the approach of the freedom movement. And UPSC has got a favorite part to ask the questions from. They continuously ask the questions every year from this phase of the freedom struggle. And which phase about which I'm talking here? I am talking about the Gandhian phase, basically. So here the another great event would be the formation of Swaraj Party. This Swaraj Party would mark the beginning of Congress leadership into the political or into the electoral politics. After that, there would be a great incidence in the 1927, 1927, 28, it would be basically Simon Commission and Lahore conspiracy. You can also include the assembly bombing into that. Guys, no other case in the history of India before the Lahore conspiracy case, under which Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru, these three great revolutionaries of India, they faced a trial, and that was purely a supremacist trial, devoid of any sense of justice. Still, this incident, it actually brought to the light the struggle of the Indian youth against the British rule. Before that, nobody was bothered that what are the youth doing in the anti-British struggle. In fact, even after the Bengal partition, there were a lot of events, lot of incidents which were done by the youth of Bengal, Maharashtra or even Punjab, not only in India but also overseas. But these incidents were simply dismissed as the law and order issues, nothing sort of revolution, nothing sort of ideological parameters. But when Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru, under the leadership of Chandrasekhar Azad, when they emerged as leading contenders to provide an alternative path of the independence fight, then their popularity, it started rising rapidly, and the popularity rose to the topmost level when the three great revolutionaries were martyred on the 23rd of March 1931. That was the moment when the people of India, they started feeling the emotional connect with the revolutionary minds, revolutionary young minds. All right, everyone. However, if we talk about some other important events, then it includes 1930 to 32 civil disobedience movement, right? In the civil disobedience movement, there were a lot of things. During this same period, the various events were taking place, like Chittagong, right? Chittagong raid, like round table conferences were taking place, right? Or even the 14 points of Jinnah. Basically, you can keep it 1929, 1930, 1932. So all these things took place in the time space of like 3 to 4 years, max to max. And all these events, they led unprecedented impact upon the Indian freedom struggle. All right, everyone. Apart from that, we come across to the other point. So here, 1932, this was a very significant event because of the Pune Pact. Okay, everyone. And after Pune Pact, we have 1934. That is the emergence of socialist group in Congress. Okay, everyone. Socialist group in Congress. Because, guys, many people think that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he suddenly became popular in 1939 when in the Tripuri session he was asked to resign. In fact, he himself resigned because of the differences arising in the Congress leadership. However, let me tell you one very important part, that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he would be the member of Congress since 1922 onwards, and from 1922 up to 1934, he was continuously rising through the various ranks in the Congress leadership. And in 1934 particularly, when Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, these two became the most important leaders of Congress. After that, in 1936, 1937, 1938, 1939, for continuously 4 years, these two politicians, they exchanged the Congress presidencies with them. They just were becoming the presidents one after the other. So it will be the peak of Congress socialist movement. All right. Under the socialist movement of the Congress, there would be the inductance of pro-worker and pro-peasant policies in the Congress leadership. Therefore, why am I telling you all these things? Because it indicates the reason behind a socialist approach, which is highly reflected in our constitution, where we emphasize upon the welfare of the poor sections, welfare of the farmers, redistribution of the resources, etc., or the special privileges or special preferences for certain backward sections of society. All these aspects, they started to become the part of Congress ideology during this period. After that, another very crucial event would be the Government of India Act 1935. Okay, Government of India Act 1935. Guys, Government of India Act would be one of the most defining, very much defining documents of the India's freedom struggle. Why? Because they would provide the entire skeleton of the India's upcoming constitutional structure. And not only that, the Indian leadership, which would be lamenting this particular reform, even they would be adopting the maximum features of the Government of India Act 1935, even when they will get an opportunity to frame their own Indian constitution. Okay, that is the very important thing to note. Apart from that, we have 1937 elections in the state or in the provinces. Now, the election in the provinces, that provided the first opportunity to the real life government authority experiences in the government to the members of Congress, the political leaders of Congress. They got a real taste of the government issues, and you would be surprised to learn that certain political leaders of Congress, who were the leading figures in the provincial politics, they were having the similar thought processes or the similar way of implementation of the laws as the British, and that would be quite surprising to see. However, After that, we will have the beginning of the Second World War in 1939, and very soon Congress would be resigning from all the ministries that they held. All right, everyone. After that, we will have the events like August Offer. This August Offer would be the first document to offer the constitutional reforms or to offer the opportunity to the Indians to make their own constitution. However, it did not have the provision of totally Indian representation, but yes, there was definitely a great improvement, I would say, when the British started considering the right of the Indians to make their own constitution, which means that now they had started thinking upon at least sharing the power, or at least letting the Indians to decide the basic methods of administration, rule and governance. Okay, everybody. After that, now the events will take a major fold. Here, what would happen? Here, the British would start engaging the more and more Indian population in the Second World War, that would result into the catastrophic anger against the British rule, and therefore Gandhi will be forced to begin a great movement, probably the greatest of all his movements, which would be called as the Quit India movement. Okay, this Quit India movement, that would be simultaneously going on, simultaneously going on in India at the very same time of 1942, when in the India there was the Quit India movement going on. Then outside India there was the Indian National Army. Okay, everyone, Indian National Army, which was being formulated. For example, Indian National Army, that would be established for the first time in the September 1942. Okay, under the leadership of Captain Mohan Singh. And after the end of this event, the Second Indian National Army, that would be established in July 1943 under the leadership of Subhash Chandra Bose. Okay. However, let me tell you, good morning, Bulbul. Let me tell you one more thing, that even when the movement will be going on in the year 1944 and 45, there would be again two things going on. Number one, INA fights and surrenders. Okay, fights and loses. All right, everyone. So INA basically lost the wars against the British and they were forced to surrender. However, in the same time period in India, the negotiations for the power sharing, power transfer, I would say, that started. All right, everyone. In the negotiations related to the power transfer or in the surrender of the INA forces, it resulted into two significant events, particularly in the 1945-1946. All right, everyone. What were these two events? Number one, the Red Fort trial for Indian National Army. Okay, Red Fort trials for Indian National Army. And number two, in the mainstream, there was the cabinet mission which was brought to India, cabinet mission. And this cabinet mission was directly related to the Navy revolt. All right, everybody, Navy revolt. So a lot of things were happening, like Navy revolt was happening. like Direct Action Day. Okay, everyone, Direct Action Day. That also started to happen. And finally, what happened? Finally, the independence was brought. All right, everyone, independence was brought. So this is the complete timeline starting from the very beginning of the 1858 Act of the Good Government of India and going as deep as up to 1947. Guys, when we talk about the events taking place in the subsequent parts, we are able to understand that these events, they are more and more in numbers as well as more and more in the significance. What is the reason behind it? Basically, as close as we were reaching to the independence, the events, they had started showing the signs of panic, unrest, eagerness, and the futility towards each other. That is why a lot of events would take place, because there would be more and more awareness in the positive as well as in the negative sense. Got it? So I hope this basic understanding is clear to everybody. I hope that there is no issues as such. If there is any issue, kindly just let me know about it. Yes, okay, everyone. Make it sure that if you are able to inform it very clearly. Any queries or any questions if you have, right? I think this board is creating some sort of issue, right? Automatic slides are changing, right, automatically. So let me just make it sure that it does not happen again. Okay. So guys, now make it sure that if you have understood this particular part, so let us proceed to the first detailed. Now, the Act of Good Government of India. The Act of Good Government of India. Okay, everyone. So, before we could learn about it, let me just tell you that the nature of British rule, nature of British Crown rule in India, that was defined by this. Okay, that was defined by it. Remember that the British had, what did they have? The British had a sense of cultural superiority. Okay, everyone? Cultural superiority called as a white man's burden. All right. And what is the meaning of the so-called white man's burden? Basically, it was the Christian duty. Christian duty of civilizing, civilizing the faithless people. Guys, this is actually the British idea to make sure that all the people under their rule, they are abiding by the basic Christian notions and they must believe in the supremacy of the white races as the sole responsible community to improve the civilizations across the world. That is why they were introducing the several changes in the socio-religious factors. However, through this particular declaration, the British, first of all, the British, they almost gave up, right? They almost gave up upon the socio-religious reformations. So now it would be led by Indians. Okay, everyone. Therefore, you do not find any major example where the British authority or the British government was responsible to make any socio-cultural legislations only by their own, without the insistence of any Indian ruler, or sorry, any Indian person. Now the British would be making any legislation in the socio-religious respecter only when there would be a long run movement or a long run request by the Indian communities. For example, upon the great request, I would say, the great request of several people, including Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar, right? Or including M.G. Ranade and even B.M. Malabari. Upon the insistence of so many people, after several years of their requests, the British would be making in 1891 the Age of Consent Act. All right. So that indicates the lack of intention of the British to make any socio-religious regulations which would again enrage the common folks of India, because the British did not want to make an issue again like they had done by bringing several reformations in the social sector, particularly like abolition of sati, or like abolition of the slavery, abolition of the human sacrifice, allowing the widow remarriage. All these were done by the British, which infueled the anger among the common people of India, because of which they emerged into the rebellious mood. That's why under the Act of the Good Government of India, the British, they completely dissociated themselves from any type of social reforms without the pretext or without the prebasis or prophecies of the Indian communities. Apart from that, the British also ensured the non-interference, okay everyone, the non-interference among the local political matters. So British completely assured, the crown completely assured that it would not be intervening into any sort of princely disputes going on among the Indian native princes, given that all the princely states must acknowledge the British supremacy, which means now the British were only interested in the establishment of a subordinate union kind of thing, where the British would be completely a supreme and sovereign power over the local princely states of India. However, the princely states would be allowed to govern their authority, govern their people as per their own conditions. British would not intervene into their matters. So that is how it was simply changed. Apart from that, some more things were introduced through the 1858 Government of India Act or Good Government of India Act. Number one, the British introduced the India Council. Okay, the India Council. Now, what is this so-called India Council? Basically, guys, this was the 15-membered council. Okay, this 15-member council that was introduced in order to aid and advise the Secretary of State for India. So that means what? That means a cabinet minister, right? A cabinet minister was added to the Crown's Council of Ministers to manage Indian matters, right? To manage the India's territory. All right, everybody. So basically, Crown would be managing the Indian territory through its minister, who will be called as the Secretary of State for India, and that secretary will be having an advisory group of 15 members. And remember that this entire setup will be there in, right, this entire setup will be London. Okay, it will be in London. However, their salaries, they would be charged upon, right, they would be charged upon the government of India's exchequer. Okay, everyone. So basically, right, basically when we talk about this type of changes, Pankaj Patel is saying that Gujarati bhasha rakh sakte hain. I'm really sorry, Pankaj. Still, I have not learned Gujarati. So as soon as I will get an opportunity to learn Gujarati, I will definitely do that, and I will make sure that I bring a session in Gujarati as well, right? But this will be continuously going on in the English, right? The mood of session will be English. Now here, let me tell you one more thing. This entire setup was in London, but their salaries were paid from the Indian revenues. Salaries were paid from the Indian revenues. All right. And this is why, my dear, this is why it was called as the home expenditure, called as home charges. So the British, they used to call it as the home charges because this was basically the expenditure which was required, right, required to run the government of India. But the officers who were running it, they were not living in India, they were living in the Britain, still getting the salary from the Indian money. This is the demand. This will become a major demand of the Indian National Congress, to make sure that the British accept this demand and reduce the expenditure. Okay. Yes, Pankaj, you can. Apart from that, what were the other features, guys? Other features were that basically the British allowed the Indians to participate in administration. Guys, remember that the Indians were already allowed, they were already allowed in 1853 Charter Act, but that was basically for the company's services, However, in 1858, the British allowed the Indians to participate in the administration, that is under the British Indian Services. All right. So that is the difference. And remember one more point. Not only that, the British also promised the increased representation, increased representation of the Indian in administration, Indians in the administration. So we can say that whatever the British could promise in the good sense as per their own understanding, they had done it, but all of that was completely a farce. It was completely fake promise. Why? Because in the 1861, what happened? The Indian Councils Act was introduced. All right, everyone. And Indian Councils Act, which was introduced, it only allowed, only allowed 3 Indian members. How many? 3 Indian members to become the part of the Central Legislative Council. Now here let me tell you what is the Central Legislative Council basically. So if you remember it, in 1853, what happened? In 1853, basically the Governor General, his executive council, which had a total of 1 plus 4, that is 1 Governor General plus 4 members, right? Apart from that, a total of 6 members, additional, they were allowed. So cumulatively there were 1 plus 4 plus 6, a total of 11 members. Guys, just imagine the condition that these 11 members, they were making the law for the entire British Indian territory, and they were claiming that they are thinking about the welfare of the Indian people. Now, does that make a sense? Of course not. And what more did they do? They allowed 3 more people, right? 3 more people who were Indians. And these 3 Indians, they were basically Raja of Banaras, okay, number 2 Maharaja of Patiala, and number 3 Diwan of Gwalior. Now I think you all can understand very well that all these 3 members, they were amongst the well-wishers of the British rule. British did not nominate any common person. They did not allow any educated middle class to venture into the British Legislative Council. No, they actually allowed only the 3 people who were simply the pro-British in their approach. Remember, in 1765, there was the Treaty of Allahabad. We all are aware about it. We have already studied that. In the Treaty of Allahabad, Raja of Banaras, he was given a special provision only upon the request of the British, who had ensured that Raja of Banaras gets liberty and freedom from the Nawab of Awadh. That is the indication which tells us that Raja of Banaras was extremely pro-British during this period. Now, afterwards, what happened? When these type of reforms, guys, remember that all these type of reforms, they were incomplete reforms and non-impactful, okay, non-effective, I would say. Non-effective. All right. However, when we talk about the other aspects, then what would happen? This would be basically leading to the emergence of, okay, the political struggle. Emergence of the political struggle. Guys, when we talk about the emergence of the political struggle, try to understand that why would it emerge? What would be the conditions? So, what are the major reasons behind the emergence of the political struggle? Number 1, when we talk about the reasons, the failure of 1857 revolt. The biggest reason. Guys, when we say that any particular movement is taking place, any particular political movement is taking place, Remember that the British were successful in proving that this 1857 revolt, it was just a struggle. It was just a struggle. It was shown as a struggle between the medieval barbaric and feudal chief versus the modern civilized and popular British rule. So the British were actually right. The British, they showed it as a struggle between the two distinct civilizations, and unfortunately the educated sections, the educated people of India, they believed it. They believed it. Therefore, they completely, what did they do? They completely abjured from the violent struggle. So the biggest reason because of which the political struggle in India that was started, it was due to the imminent failure of 1857 revolt, which was largely a violent struggle, but that revolt did not yield the desired results, and therefore the educated classes who were taught by the British, of course, they realized it as the struggle between the barbaric and the civilized societies, and therefore they thought it as the defeat of the barbarism, and hence they decided to participate in the British political system to learn the basic political etiquettes and to use the constitutional means and methods to demand their rightful authority or participation, whatever they needed. Okay, everyone? So this was basically the approach which was adopted by the earlier political leaders of India. This is why they looked upon the British as the supreme and the singular authority when it comes to the rule of law, when it comes to the civilizational behavior, when it comes to the abiding by the procedures and the legal powers. Okay, so overall, the British were able to make a good image amongst the mindset of educated Indian classes. Remember the point. So guys, now whenever we talk about this, remember that in order to rule, right, in order to govern, any authority that needs the control over the mindset. Okay, everyone? Control over the mindset and control over the economy. So once you are controlling the mind as well as the pocket of any person, you cannot allow that person will not be able to fight against you in any way whatsoever. Got it, everyone? And the British were actually doing it with the help of their education policies, with the help of their socio-religious reforms, and the control over the economy that was being done through the expansion of the railways and transportation. Then there was mining and forest policy. There were mining and the forest policies. So guys, not only that, agrarian policies, export policies, British were comprehensively covering each and every aspect of the economy of India, as well as the Indian mindset was also captured with the help of education, due to which the British had completely established themselves as the leading ruling power in the country. And just like the Mughal authority, even the British authority was seen upon as the single most dominant power in the entire subcontinent. Now, this mentality is a major challenge to tackle. So what would be the policy of Indian freedom struggle? Basically, the Indian freedom struggle, right, or Indian national movement, it has got the challenges to deal with what? To deal with, number one, mindset of the people. Mindset of the common people. Number two, to provide an economic alternative. Economic alternative. And last but not the least, to prove their capacity to rule. Now guys, this is a highly conceptual thing to understand. Okay, very, very conceptual. Now, let me just ask you a simple question, that suppose you are going to be a civil servant or a district collector. When you become the district collector, what should be your approach? That when you just appear in front of the common people must recognize your authority, your sense of justice, your approach to understand their issues, their problems. Yes or no, everybody? All right. Similarly, when the British were ruling India, they largely got the medieval mentality population highly backward in their approach, backward in their thought process, backward in their perception of the government. They thought that whosoever is the most powerful must be the ruler of the area. British actually grabbed this particular point and they did one thing. They actually controlled the entire subcontinent using their muscle power, using their military and sword. Got it? So one side is clear that how did the British occupy? They muscled the entire elements or the entire opponents, I would say, in the Indian subcontinent, number one. Number two, this fear among the people of India, that should be continuous. For that, it was necessary to grab the mindset of the common people and to enslave them psychologically. So what did they do? They introduced the British favoring educational policies, and they started teaching the Western sciences and philosophies, as well as the pro-British glorious or pro-British glorification of the history, which resulted into the strong perception amongst the mindset of the educated classes that whatever British were doing, they were doing for the welfare of the Indian people. They are actually making sure that Indians also get civilized. Guys, this is why there would be the emergence of a new segment a new segment among the people of Bengal who would be called as the Bhadralok. Has anybody heard about the Bhadralok? Bhadralok is basically that community of the Bangla people who would be simply copying the British mannerism, the British accent, the British way of communication, the British way of living their life, the attire, the get-up, cuisine, everything. And they would not be considering any sane person, any normal or any simple looking Indian as equals to them, right? Similarly, there would be an elite class which would emerge in the Bombay, and they would be Persians, the Persian community. The Parsi community, which would be having some of the richest people of the country at that moment, including the people like Dada Bhai Nauroji or Nauroji Fardonji or Vinayak Shankar Seth, such people, or Dinsha Adilji. So many people were there. So in the Bombay and in Bengal, the pro-British groups who would be complete copycats of the British mannerism, British get-up, British attire, British way of communication, British way of thinking, they would be leading the political discourse during the period of 1860, 1870, 1880 up to 1900, you can say. So I hope everybody is able to get my point here. What am I trying to say? That I'm trying to say that the British, who had been able to grab the mindset of the people, who were able to provide the economic system, who were able to prove their capacity to rule, they were able to create the Indian looks with British mindset. Remember the Macaulay Minute. Okay, Macaulay Minute. It clearly stated that the aim of education policy of the British India is simply to create a class where by the looks and appearance the person should be an Indian, but he should be a British by the taste and preferences, which means whatever he thinks, whatever he does, whatever he tells, that is exactly same as the British would do that. Okay, everyone? This is why when the Congress leadership, or when the political leadership, I would say, not Congress, political leadership, it would start emerging in India. Jai Hind Saudagar. When the political leadership would start emerging in India, it would emphasize upon such people, upon such narratives, which would lead to the belief among the common people, which would lead to the economic alternative to the British economic policies, and which would lead to the capacity to govern the people of India. Now guys, when you have understood the three essential requirements for making the British to replace, right, for making the British to be replaced by the Indians, now tell me a simple question's answer. When we talk about the moderate leadership of Congress or the early political leaders, don't you think that one of the major reasons behind their failure was that they did not start from here, they started from here? Yes or no, everybody? Are you able to get the point? See, this is the basic revision, right? This is the basic revision. That means I assume that you are aware about the moderate ideology, because the early Congress leaders, right, or early political leaders, they started their journey, they started their effort by asking the participation in the government. Yes, they started with the simple request, applications, prayers to allow them to become the members of British representative bodies. For example, if you remember, in 1861, the 3 Indians were nominated in the Legislative Council. Similarly, in 1892, some more people would be allowed to. Similarly, in 1909, some other people will be allowed to. However, if I am asking you a question that why did the policies of moderate leaders fail to give any results against the British struggle, the simple answer would be that they actually started from the wrong side. And why would the strategy of Mahatma Gandhi succeed in providing the independence or the Gandhian movement? Why would it succeed? It would succeed because it simply started from the very first stage. That is, it started or began with the, making a space in the heart and minds of the people. So when the people became aware about the intentions and the methods and the objectives of Gandhian leadership, then the people started showing their trust. When the trust was there, then Gandhi had the opportunity, or the Congress had the opportunity, to lay down the various economic plans, initially based upon the participatory character, later based upon the socialistic character. And after that, when they took the participation in governance, they proved their capacity, and people were now confident that yes, Congress is in our heart and mind. The Congress was able to formulate the policies, and the Congress was also able to govern, and therefore the public, it had no objections, no hesitations in supporting the movements led by Indian National Congress, and therefore they got independence after the completion. Okay, everyone? So this is basically the nature of British rule in India. All right? You can very well understand that British, they did not rule India like a tyrannical rule of the military state. They ruled India with the help of Indians, using the Indian brilliance, Indian resources, Indian minds, and Indian people. And all these Indianness that was used to govern over India, and even that governance where the British were the beneficiaries, they also were trying to emphasize that we are giving the benefits of governance, good governance, to Indian people. Such a level of debauchery, such a level of double-headedness, double-mindedness that the British were playing in India. All right. Now, when we talk about the British India's freedom struggle, guys, remember one thing, that basically this freedom struggle would be having various stages. It would be having various stages. For example, suppose if this is the timeline and this is the extent of participation, and this will be the different phases. Okay, different phases. Now, when we talk about the timeline, let us start it with the 1858, then 1885, then 1905, then here 1917, and here 1934, and here 1942. Okay. So guys, remember one point, that when I am talking about particular period, right, it's basically 1920 to 22, 1930 to 1934. Okay. (1947). All right. So when I'm talking about the different time frames or time periods, always remember that the participation of people, this would not be there, right? This would not be there in the great numbers, particularly in the initial stages. It would be absolutely down, absolutely down. Okay. For the first time, it would start getting upwards, right? Getting upwards, and it would start getting upwards here. Okay. Then after that, it would be dipping down. Okay. All right. So here, let me just tell you one thing, that this is the graph of the popular participation or popular participation in the political struggle, in the political struggle. All right. Here it indicates the phase of non-cooperation movement. All right. And here this indicates the peak of civil disobedience movement, and here it indicates that okay. Now, along with this, you can also simultaneously understand the nature of the just a second, everyone. So basically, now there would be the beginning of so guys, if we are talking about the yellow lines, this is basically the alternative modes of freedom struggle. Like revolutionaries and revolutionary nationalism, like peasant, socialist, communists, etc. Okay, everyone. So we can say that this basically is the point of Bengal partition. Okay. Now, when we talk about the entire nature of the Indian freedom struggle, with the help of this particular graph, it's very easy and very important to get the conceptual clarity. Why so? Because when we talk about the distinct phases of the India's freedom struggle, remember that Indian freedom struggle has got various phases. First of all, number one, pre-Congress phase. Okay, pre-Congress phase, when there was no organized struggle. All right. Number two, the Congress era. In Congress era, basically there are various stages like the moderate, which was there from 1885 to 1905, the extremist, which was there from 1905 to 1920, and then there would be the Gandhian stage. Gandhian stage would be from 1920 to 1947. All right. So guys, here when I'm talking about the various stages, basically the Indian freedom struggle was almost negligible, almost absent when we see the presence of the low lines here. Up to 1905, this was Indian national movement, almost absent. Okay, everyone. It was just a type of disintegrated and scattered movement led by the several politicians individually or collectively in their respective areas. However, the national character that was acquired during the 1905 Bengal partition, when the group of people, particularly in Congress leadership, they started their efforts to expand the entire anger against the British to the other parts of country also. Then in 1905 to 1920, this particular phase, you can see that this particular phase is demarcated by the presence of revolutionary movement. So basically, the revolutionary movement that was on the peak from 1905 to 1920. Now this peak is called as the first phase of revolutionaries. Okay, revolutionary movement. All right, everyone. Similarly, when we see that after the 1922, when there was the stagnancy in the leadership, then there would be the emergence of the second peak of the revolutionary movement, and this will be called as the second phase of revolutionary movement. In the first phase, you might be able to recall the names of suppose Bagha Jatin, Ras Bihari Bose, or several people were more, right? For example, Prafull Chaki, Khudiram Bose, etc. was there, or Pulin Bihari Das, Aurobindo Ghosh, Bharendra Ghosh. So many people were there. Yes, Naidu. Definitely Zara Japu, it is enough. So here you can recall so many names, but mainly from Bengal. In Maharashtra, that is in Bombay region, there would be some more revolutionaries, particularly like V.D. Savarkar would be there, Abhinav Kanhere would be there, Ganesh Savarkar would be there, such people. Then in the second stage, you are able to recall the names of Chandrasekhar Azad, Master Das, Surya Sen, Bhagat Singh, Yashpal, Sukhdev, Rajguru, so many people were there in the second stage. However, after the end of the second stage of freedom struggle of revolutionaries, when the civil disobedience movement, this would be taking up the dominance, afterwards there would be a relative dip. There would be this relative dip in the participation. This will be the dip of 1938 to 40. Okay, this will be the dip of 1938 to 40. However, after that, both the Quit India movement, that is the political struggle, as well as the revolutionary movement, that is with the help of the socialist and communist, as well as the local revolutionary groups, they both will be taking up the peak, because the revolutionary or the alternative mode of a struggle, that would be led by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. He would be revolting against the British with the help of his Indian National Army. So that would be the peak of his struggle. Similarly, the Gandhian leadership will also be attaining the peak of their struggle. And when both the alternative as well as the regular struggle for the independence, they would be emerging onto their peak, that would force the British authorities to make the way of India's freedom. India's freedom. Okay, everyone? So this is why whenever you get a confusion in your mind that India got independence because of which leader? Is it because of Gandhi? Is it because of Sardar Patel? Is it because of Subhash Chandra Bose? Or is it because of any other leader? Actually, India got independence not because of any individual's contribution, be it Gandhi, be it Nehru, be it Bhagat Singh, be it Bose or Patel or Ambedkar or anybody else. India actually got independence because of the cumulative effort of all the participants in each and every stage of the freedom struggle. I hope it is making sense to everybody. Okay, everyone? So if it is clear to all of you, then make it sure that you are sharing this session with your friends also. Guys, make it sure that you share this link, this class to as many people as possible, because only then it will be great motivation for me to continue this class to the end. However, even if you don't do that, I would be continuing it, but anyhow, but that would be even better if you do it, because we would be taking several approaches like that only. Okay, now, so when we study the freedom struggle, we start from the Congress leadership, the establishment of the Congress, right? We start from the pre-Congress phase and then we go to the Congress phase. Now, let us begin with the formation of earlier political parties. Okay, everyone? Earlier political parties. So, why were the political parties formed? We had already seen the answers, basically due to the failure of 1857 revolt, then due to the emergence of educated middle classes, all right, who only believed in the constitutional means of struggle, Then the educated sections, the educated classes and landed elites, which basically means the landlords. Okay. And the aristocratic people, they all, aristocratic people here indicates the rich and powerful. So they all, okay, educated classes, basically the professionals, okay, the professionals, the landlords and the rich merchants and powerful people. So they were basically, these, right, 1, 2 and 3, all the major communities, they considered the British, right, they regarded the British as helpful. Got it? That is why they simply continued to favor the British rule. They just wanted what? They only wanted representative participation. All right, everybody, representative participation. Okay. Apart from that, what else? So apart from that, the British also, so these people also did not want the anger of British. Instead wanted to learn the British methods. So overall we can say that the educated sections of the society, as well as the landed aristocracy, as well as the rich merchants and traders, they all had their own interests, their own benefits under the British rule. So they simply wanted to continue the British rule, but with the participation of these people as well. Hence, they established several political parties. So when we talk about the political parties, remember that the early political parties, they could be categorized into 3 different groups. Number 1, the parties of Bengal. Number 2, the political parties of Madras. Number 3, Bombay. All right. So when we talk about Bengal political parties, we had Bang Bhasha. Okay, we had Bang Bhasha Prakashik Sabha. Bang Bhasha Prakashik Sabha, 1836. We have Zamindari Association. Okay, Zamindari Association, also known as the Landholders Society, 1837-38. Then we had Bengal, British Society of Bengal. Okay. We have the British Society of Bengal, also known as the Bengal India Society. All right, everyone. So apart from that, when we talk about British India Society or British India Society of Bengal, these were two different organizations established simultaneously in Bengal as well as in UK. However, they got merged with the Zamindari Association and resulted into the formation of number 4, British India Association. Okay, so British Society of Bengal was 1843 and British India Association, that was in 1851. And guys, this became the significant national party. I would say national party because even when we talk about the national parties, their concept of nationalism was still not mature. What is the concept of nationalism? Guys, in the last marathon, we had covered it in the end part of the lecture. Nationalism basically means where the feeling of oneness, the feeling of cultural similarity, the identification with the interests of the each other, the harmonious connection amongst the people living in a society in a specific geographical location. That is basically the most essential element to form the national structure. So this national identity and the national structure, that was basically absent from any of these political parties, but it was partially present in the British Indian Association. That is why very often it is called as the precursor of Indian National Congress. All right. Who were the leaders behind these political parties? That is also important to learn. So when we talk about the Bangabhasha Prakashik Sabha, they were basically the associates of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Okay. When we talk about Zamindari Association, we had Dwarkanath Tagore, Prasanna Kumar Tagore, Radhakant Dev, such people as the leaders of Zamindari Association. When we talk about the British India Society, similarly, the same Bengal elite was there. When we talk about the British Indian Association, the two prominent leaders included Prasanna Kumar Tagore and Radhakant Dev also. When we talk about some other groups, now what would happen? The other groups would be established later on, particularly in the year 1875. The Indian League. (1876), Indian National Association. 1883, Indian National Conference. Now these three organizations, these will be led by Shishir Kumar Ghosh, Anand Mohan Bose, and even some more people will be there. However, the most significant role would be played by Anand Mohan Bose and Surendranath Banerjee. Okay, Surendranath Banerjee would emerge as the sole representative of the modern intelligentsia in Bengal, and he would be establishing this organization called as the Indian National Association. Again, this organization is also called as the precursor of Indian National Congress. And why so? Because this was probably for the first time such an organization which was talking about taking a share in the participation or taking a share in the administrative role of the British directly. Okay, everyone. So these were the important political parties in Bengal. Now, when we talk about the important political parties in Madras and Bombay, then guys, there are certain parties. For example, Madras Native Association. Okay. Basically, 1852 will be the year when it would be formulated, it would be established, and it would be established, right, as the sole representative of the elite classes of Bengal. Okay. Lakshmi Narasu Shetty. He would be the person who would be the founder of this particular association, and after him, Madras Mahajan Sabha would be another great organization in Madras, and this would be established in 1884 with some of the famous leaders including P. Anand Charlo, right? Yes, Chandra, exactly. Yes, exactly. So when we talk about similarly the parties in Bombay, the parties in Bombay included number 1, Bombay Native Association. Okay, everybody. This Bombay Native Association was also founded in 1852 only. And who were the founder members? There were many people, right? Many people, but the important ones included Jagannath, Shankar Seth, Vinayak Shankar Seth, and Nauroji Fardonji. Nauroji Fardonji. All right. You can also write the names of Dadabhai Nauroji also, but he was not very, you can say, important in that period as well, because he was just like, 27 years old, very young person. However, you can write the name because he would become a very important person later on. So, Dadabhai Nauroji. All right. Then we would have the number 2 organization called as Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Technically, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, that was the part of Prarthana Samaj only. However, in 1870, this became a separate political organization or the political wing of the Prarthana Samaj, and therefore it became a political party led by the leaders such as Gopal Ganesh Agarkar, such as M.G. Ranade, such as later on Gopal Krishna Gokhale, etc., will also be associated with this organization. Another group, the third one, will be in Bombay, that is called as the Bombay Presidency Association. Okay, everyone, Bombay Presidency Association, and this will be established in 1885. In this organization, there would be Firoz Shah Mehta. All right, Firoz Shah Mehta would be there. Then, apart from that, there would be some more people, right? More people, including Dadabhai Nauroji, There are many more people, right? There are many more people, but we don't need to remember all the names. Actually, rather than remembering the names, try to remember the fact that these parties were simply representing the interests of which type of communities, which type of people, this type of community, this type of people, who were basically, right, who were basically the rich aristocratic or the landlords or the professionals. These three important categories, they became the earliest political participants in the freedom struggle of India. However, their objective was not fighting for the freedom as such, but to ensure the political interests are secured for their own benefit. Got it? Now, let us talk about the establishment of the Congress. Establishment of Congress. However, before the establishment of Congress, let me also tell you one more thing, that the early political parties were not only established in India, but they were also established in UK. For example, there was a British Indian Association and British India Society. Okay, and Indian National Association. Okay, these three organizations are important. Why? It is important because British Indian Association, that was actually established in the 1843, right? And when we talk about British India Society, just a second, guys. Sorry. All right. So, when we talk about these organizations, these were primarily established by the intelligentsia of the Bengal and Bombay in the British area, in the British United Kingdom. And why so? They simply wanted to ensure that the representation of Indian interests, okay, that would be equally important in the British land and people as well. If you remember, Dadabhai Nauroji had established one party in Britain. What is the name of that party? Tell me the name of that particular party, because that party would be very crucial in order to understand the role of Dadabhai Nauroji in British politics, who would go on to become the member of British Parliament, House of Commons, and he would be the most influential figure of the Indian politics in the British region. So that's why if you talk about the East India Association, that is the most crucial organization which was right, that was established, right? Yes, exactly, Chandra, exactly. So when we talk about these various organizations, you can understand the discrete nature You can understand the discrete nature of these all societies, all political parties. However, ultimately what happened in the year 1885, there would be the establishment of Indian National Congress. Now there are two theories behind the establishment of Congress. All right, everyone. The one is called as the theory of safety wall, and the another one is called as the theory of lightning conductor. Okay, and then there is the reality of Congress foundation. All right. So basically, when we talk about the various theories related to the Congress establishment, these are very important to understand. And why so? It is because the theory of safety wall that was promoted by Lala Lajpat Rai in his periodical, that's Young India. So it was his newspaper in which he gave this postulation in 1916 that the Congress was basically established as a safety valve to the resistance pressure of Indian communities against the British. Right. So this is why this theory was quite popular, and eventually not only the anti-Congress left wing but also the anti-Congress right wing, both the political wings which were opposing the Indian National Congress and their not so aggressive response towards the British rule, they found a great excuse in conditioning this truth that safety valve theory is the reality behind the establishment of Congress. However, there were other aspects as well, like some of the theorists, they suggested that the Congress was established not as a safety valve which would be providing an outlet of the British, anti-British anger and resistance amongst the Indian people. They said that it is basically the lightning conductor, that is not the pressure but the rage, the thrust of the Indian public or population. Congress will be there to simply allow the safe passage of the Indian anger or Indian rage against the British via the criticism of Congress leaders. So it is like providing an interconnecting diaspora of the leaders with the Indian approach, Indian face, Indian names, so that the Indian people think that these are the responsible people who are looking like us, who are appearing like us, but they don't think for our benefit or interest. That's why the anger would be more on the Congress and British would be simply having a safe passage. Ultimately, the point is that Congress was not seen as an independent organization free from the British influence, not seen as an organization which was interested in fighting the freedom struggle, but it was seen as an organization which was the result of a compromise with the British, and therefore it did not command any popularity among the Indians. This was the theory, or you can say analysis, of the extremist leaders as well as the analysis of the left front organizations. Okay, everyone. So I hope this is absolutely clear to all of you. Now let us understand the reality of Congress foundation. So in the 1881 Calcutta University batch, so in this particular batch, 1881 to 1883 batch, what happened? I think batch year is a little bit out of my conscious memory. So I would suggest to all of you that please get a hold or please get a confirmation of this particular batch year. For now, I am just removing this batch year, okay? However, it was the one of the batches of Calcutta University's annual function, right? And it was basically the event of probably, right, the degree awards, all right? So when we say that the annual or the particularly, I think it was annual event or the event of degree awards, any of these two, basically Calcutta University, it was hosting that event where Alan Octavian Hume, A.O. Hume, he became the chief guest, and there he insisted the students of Calcutta University to establish a political forum so that they would be able to assess the requirements and the necessities of the Indian political classes, and they would be able to assess the possibilities of any reforms which are required, or at least the acceptance of the bare minimum necessities of the Indian public. So basically it was on the encouragement of Alan Octavian Hume that the political leadership of India, they started thinking about such all India platforms. All right. When in the year 1883, Indian National Conference was established. Remember the point, Indian National Conference was established. It was thought to be an outcome of the combined consciousness of all India political awareness. All right, everyone. So when we talk about all India political awareness, which includes that the consciousness should be there that we are all the same group of political class, we are all having the same political interest, and this is important for all of us to participate and to resist the British rule upon us. But this type of mentality was completely absent. However, in 1883, Indian National Conference was established in Bengal, led by Surendranath Banerjee, which resulted into the first instance of such a consciousness. But in 1885, Bombay Association Bombay Association that was established, which resulted into the further amelioration of the lack of awareness which was there. It further strengthened the awareness in the political sphere amongst the educated classes of Indian society. And the ultimate outcome was that in the 1885 there was the Bombay Association in Bombay, and in the same year there was the second Indian National Conference that was organized at Calcutta. At Calcutta. So we can say that both these organizations together, their leaders, they would establish the earliest group of Congress leadership. All right, everyone. So from here, the Congress leadership was established, and ultimately we would observe that in 1885, Indian National Congress would be established. With several members, and remember the places that, for example, it was basically established at Bombay, All right. On 28th of December, and it was named after a lot of debate. Do you know there was the debate going on that what should be the name of Congress, and the name was established. No, it was actually accepted. First of all, it was said that it should be named as the Hamari Party, right? Hamari Party. Then it was suggested that it should be named as the Popular League. Then it was suggested that it should be named as Indian National Society, okay, Indian National Association, right? Then it was also suggested that it should be named as Antarang Mandal. N number of names were suggested. However, finally, the name suggested by Dadabhai Nauroji, he suggested that it should be named as Indian National Congress. So this name was accepted and approved as the official name of this organization, which would be having a total of 72 delegates from across the country. Okay, and ultimately it would be decided that the annual, right, yes, annual you can say congregations, therefore the annual congregations resulted into the annual chairman or presidents of the Congress being changed after 1 year. So therefore it will be very crucial to learn that from 1885 up to 1947 there used to be the Congress president every single year, with the exception of the Second World War period. In that period only Maulana Abul Kalam Azad will be there. Is the name of Congress was after Philadelphia Congress? Chandra, you can say that, because even the Philadelphia Congress, that was the beginning of struggle of American freedom. Similarly, Indian National Congress was conceived to be the point of departure in the freedom struggle of India. That's why it is really crucial. So originally it was decided that it would be basically held at Pune. However, it could not be held at Pune because the plague was there, and therefore it resulted into, right, it resulted into what? The shift of the location. And guess what? Who had facilitated that shift? It was facilitated by none other than Lord Dufferin. So Lord Dufferin assisted the last moment change of location. Okay, so that was assisted by Lord Dufferin himself. So overall, what happened? Overall, Congress was established. Now let us talk about the methods of Congress. Okay, methods. In fact, not methods, but the phases of Indian National Congress. Okay, so Congress could be divided into various phases. Number one, the moderate phase, which lasted from 1885 up to 1905. Extremist phase, basically 1905 to 90. I would say, like, right, I can just make it a little bit different. 1907, then 1907 to 1970, and Gandhian phase. 1917 to 1947. All right. Guys, in each of these three stages, there was a specific method of a struggle. For example, the moderates, they believed in the patronage of the British rule. Patronage of British rule means what? Which means that they wanted the participatory role. And their method of struggle that included, they believed in the constitutional means of 3P: prayer, petition, and protest. Protest also through the publication. So we can say that all the moderates, they must be having one or the other newspapers. In fact, the newspapers would be the most crucial source of the propaganda or the narrative, not only for the government but also for the political leadership of Indian National Congress. All right, everyone. So when we talk about the extremists were basically, they believed in home rule with no British intervention. All right. They believed in the, or they wanted complete dissociation. All right. Then after that, when we talk about complete dissociation, right, remember the point, this dissociation was intended to ensure the dissociation with the British. After that, they were inspired from German, Italian, and Japanese rise of nationalism. All right, everyone. So this is why they were considered as more aggressive, right? More aggressive. And they were like, also inclined towards the religious politics. Religious and populist politics. All right, everyone. So I hope it is clear to all of you. Chandra, French Revolution should not be the source of the inspiration. And why so? Because the French Revolution was basically more led by the public, and it was a very old instance to recall. However, when I'm talking about the German unification, Italian unification, or the Japanese Meiji restoration, guys, German and Italian unification that took place during 1870s and it was still ongoing as a process. Meiji Restoration that took place in 1890s and it was still ongoing as a process. In fact, the victory of Japan over Russia, that was also a defining moment for the for the extremists. Overall, the extremists, they believed that if such tiny countries can believe in the nationalism and can defeat the thousands or hundreds of years of old rules and regimes are most powerful, then why can't we, as a super populous country, as a huge, in fact, a large nation, why can't we defeat the British authorities? All right. That is why they were inclined towards the nationalist politics. And in order to bring more and more people under the aegis of nationalism, it became very essential for the extremist leaders to utilize some of the cultural methods to attract the people. For example, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, he is regarded as the father of mass politics in India, and he was the one who initiated the Shivaji Mahotsav and Ganpati Mahotsav. And these two Mahotsavs particularly attracted a large section of people in Bombay and eventually gained popularity all over the country and made Bal Gangadhar Tilak a formidable political force despite his own reservations against certain groups and communities. See, Gangadhar Tilak was not a perfect politician either. Nobody is a perfect politician, nobody is a perfect person at all. Because Gangadhar Tilak himself, he had the, some type of casteist orientations. He was very prejudiced against the participation of the women in the politics. He did not like the participation of downtrodden or the women in any of the social sphere as such. However, still he was able to establish his reign or his authority over the Indian masses because of his appeal connected with the religious narrative or religious parameter. All right, everyone. However, when we talk about the third stage, that is the most important stage, called as the Gandhian stage, right? In the Gandhian leadership, what happened? The Congress emerged as a mass movement. Not only that, Congress became a national in spread and character. Okay, so it became national in spread and character. So how he accepted any Besant's organization, Chandra, perhaps you do not know that any Besant's organization was not accepted by Bal Gangadhar Tilak. That is why he established his own Home Rule League. All right. Gangadhar Tilak established his own Home Rule League in 1916 in the month of April, whereas a separate Home Rule League that was established by Annie Besant in the September 1916. The Home Rule League of Gangadhar Tilak, that was called as the Indian Home Rule League, and the Home Rule League of Annie Besant, that was called as the Home Rule League of India. And later on, both of these, they would be emerged, they would be completely taken over by Congress, and Mahatma Gandhi will be the leader of both of these leagues as the submerged entity into Congress. Okay, so guys, in the period of Gandhi, the Congress emerged as the mass movement. It attained the national character as well as a national spread. And not only that, the Gandhian stage will also allow the emergence of various political alternatives during 1920s and 30s. So this will be actually an outstanding feature of the Gandhian phase, that while in the other stages or other phases, we do not witness any such change, any such emergence of new political ideology. But when we talk about Gandhian stage, in 1920s, there was the emergence of the peasant politics, or the farmers politics. Then there was the emergence of the communist ideology, labor union or trade union ideology. There was the emergence of the revolutionary nationalism. All these type of things were there. Participation of the women became quite extensive in the Gandhian phase, and the communal forces also started to emerge in the Gandhian phase. So ultimately, this was the UPSC question in the mains examination, particularly I think 2021 or 2022 was the exam, where they had asked this question, that state the various new elements which were added or which got added during the 20s of the last decade. Now this is their way of asking the questions, right? 20s of the last decade, which indicates that in the decade of 1920, that is about they are asking. So how many new elements were added? Okay. Apart from that, if we talk about the moderate phase in detail, right? The moderate phase in detail. So guys, when we talk about their contribution, so their contributions were very, structural contributions. They were very structural contributions, and therefore we can say one thing, right, that they formed the basis of Indian national movement by providing the information and understanding of the character of British rule. Okay, so information and understanding of the character of the British rule, that is very, very important to learn, because without that we cannot ensure the proper policy against the British rule. So for example, the economically exploitative character that was exposed by the drain of wealth theory. I hope everybody remembers that drain of wealth is a theory that was postulated and propagated by Dadabhai Nauroji in his legendary work called as The Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. When he wrote that particular book, he was also followed by another great work, and that work was basically an economic history of India. He was also followed by another work called as an essay in Indian economics. So basically these works, they were acceptable as the seminal achievements, particularly The Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Number 2, the economic history of India. Number 3, an essay on Indian economics. Okay, so basically this was written by Dadabhai Nauroji. This was written by R.C. Datta, and this was written by M.G. Ranade. All right, everyone. So these were the exact works which were done by the legendary moderate leaders who ensured that there would not be anyone who is not aware of the British atrocities in the field of economy if they are educated enough. Now, apart from that, they provided the much needed political education and awareness. Guys, the political awareness which was provided by them, that was unprecedented. They had actually introduced the basic British politics, the British and European methodology of the political structures, all of these things to a new generation which would be going on to lead the country further. All right. Apart from that, the moderates, they worked for the legislative representation and reforms. So we are all aware that legislative representation and legislative reforms, they are very crucial part of our freedom struggle, and in fact it would not be incorrect to say that whatever structure of constitution that we are carrying today, that is actually an outcome of the intermittent reforms which were introduced by the British only due to the incessant requests, incessant efforts put upon by the moderate leaders in front of the British. Okay, everyone. Then apart from that, they also provided an outstanding platform of political opinion and awareness. Okay, everyone. So they actually provided an excellent platform where the educated classes or the learned people, even they could express their political ambitions or their political awareness, their political understanding, and which would further encourage the educated classes in the society to take up the path and to prove themselves capable enough to become the inheritors of the British legacy in India. All right, everyone. Apart from that, we can also say that they were responsible to ensure the emergence of nationalism, emergence of practical or pragmatic nationalism. Now guys, this is a very, very important point most of us usually miss. We think that only the revolutionaries or only the extremist leaders or only the Gandhian leaders, only they were the nationalist people, which is absolutely incorrect to think. And why so? Because the moderates, even they also commanded a great spirit of nationalism. But my dear, their spirit of nationalism, that was not the romantic nationalism, it was the pragmatic nationalism. For example, suppose I am a nationalist, and suppose there is an opportunity where if I am temporarily leaving my nationalism behind and temporarily doing a compromise only because I want to see my nation progressing and moving ahead, all right, then this will be the pragmatic nationalism, where the nationalism is slightly undermined or compromised in order to ensure the larger good or the larger welfare objective of the nation and its people. Okay, everyone? And where is the exact right? What is the second part? So when we talk about the pragmatic nationalism, which was the feature of the moderates, there is another type of nationalism called as romantic nationalism. So this is pragmatic, not romantic nationalism, not a romantic nationalism. What is the meaning of the so-called romantic nationalism, everybody? Romantic nationalism actually means that in order to prove your nationality or prove your affection and love towards your nation, you are ready to consider the nation as a mother, as a lover, as a father, and you are even ready to remove all the conditions, all the objections. Even if it comes to your life, you are ready to shed away your life, give away your life for the cause of nation. That is called as the romantic nationalism. And this romantic nationalism was the feature of the revolutionaries, not the feature of the moderates. Okay, everyone? But that does not make the moderates as a lesser nationalist or something. All right? Now, so when we have studied the contribution of the moderates, now let us understand the drawbacks of the moderates. All right, everyone. So what are the drawbacks for the moderates? Number one, they had a wrong interpretation of or interpretation and faith in the British sense of justice. So they actually thought that British are very just and very sane community. They would always love to work as per the rule of law. They would always ensure the abiding of legal sequences and methods. However, they did not realize that the British were cunning enough. They were very cunning and clever to ignore the demands of moderates every single time. And whenever they got an opportunity to inculcate some of the demands, they provided those demands with a very bruised character, a very bruised character. That means it was not completely what they had asked for. So make it sure they had a wrong interpretation and faith. Number two, their policies, despite being great, did not resonate with public. Guys, suppose if I am taking a class, this class is very interesting, very innovative, very wonderful. Suppose, even if it is not, then also you can suppose. So apart from having these qualities, these attributes, still if I am not able to make sure that the people are feeling connected to this, or people are getting attracted to this because of any reason, then it means what? Then it means that my understanding about the choice of the people, that is little bit flawed, that's little bit problematic. Okay, so similarly, the moderates, despite all their great policies and efforts, if they were unable to attract any public, so it means that the people are unable to correlate with the objectives of the moderate communities. Then none of their objectives were appealing the British, or you can say either the British or Indian. So whatever they were doing, nothing of that objective, nothing of those efforts were appealing not only to the British but also not to the Indian people. Apart from that, their popularity could never be realized. Hence, British treated them carelessly. So British did not took them very serious, right? They did not pay any attention to the nature of their demands or whatever they were thinking. Nothing, no such things. All right. And last but not the least, their entire policy was basically elitist, sectarian, non-inclusive, non-popular, drawing room politics, and part-time politicians. Okay, everyone. So all the drawbacks, all the flaws, they are listed in a single line, that they were basically elitist people who thought that they have got some special privilege in the society. They did not, this is a sectarian. It looks like sedarian or something. This is like sectarian or apologist. What is the meaning of the British apologists? Guys, British apologists means that they were themselves not very sure about the status of the Indian in the society of the British. Basically, they were themselves very much apologetic in the nature. They actually thought that British authorities and British rule, they are supreme by default. Therefore, they started doing the research and doing the works which were basically in order to prove that yes, we are also existing. Otherwise, everybody was thinking that the British are the supreme, they are the only authority, they are the only significant people. Then non-inclusive means that they did not even invite, neither they invited nor they wanted the participation of the lower sections or the poorer sections of the society, that strata of the society which was not educated, the strata and the community of the people who were marginalized. They were not at all interested in doing these things. Then non-popular, their popularity was never ever a positive feature in their career. Drawing room politics and part-time politician means what? drawing room politics and part-time politicians means that none of them, let me tell you simply, none of them were the full-time politicians during their prime years. For example, M.G. Ranade or Gopal Krishna Gokhale, etc., they became the full-time politicians only after the retirement from the government services. Okay. Similarly, Gangadhar Tilak, he became the full-time political participant only after the Swadeshi and boycott movement. Otherwise, prior to that, he was only limited, or he was mainly limited to the, you can say journalism or print, newspaper, etc. In fact, they were also called as, in fact, Gangadhar Tilak himself, when he became a full-time politician, Gangadhar Tilak himself used to call the sessions of Congress as like the annual croaking of the frogs, which emerged during the seasonal rains or rainy season and croak once and then disappear. Right? So basically, he compared the Congress sessions with the croaking of the frogs during the rainy season. That was the level of occasionality, the rare occasions of the sessions of Congress. So I hope this is absolutely clear to all of you. So we can say that moderates had both negative and the positive. If we consider their positive, they can be called as, or they could be called as, the builders of modern nation. And if we consider as the negative, they could be called as the hindrances in the rise of national movement. Now let us understand about the emergence of extremists. Extremist phase of national movement. All right, guys, when we talk about the extremist stage of national movement, let us make sure that we try to understand that we are talking about the political movement. Talking about the political movement, not about the revolutionary movement here. Okay, so basically this is led by Lal, Bal and Pal. All right, if we talk about the features, these are the features, Lal, Bal, Pal, then basically they were the ones who encouraged the youth into, or to venture into, right, to venture into national politics, into national political freedom struggle. Okay, then they were the pioneers of mass politics. Pioneers of mass politics. All right. Not only that, they were also considered as the pioneers of the nationalist politics in India. Nationalist politics or political goals in India, because the moderates, they did not have any nationalist political goal. Neither they had the goal nor they had the ideology which was inspired with the nationalism. They were aware about nationalism, but they were not following it as a political ideology. Here the extremist leaders were following it as a political ideology. For example, when they talk about Swaraj, they don't only talk about the Swaraj of Bengal or Bombay or any. They talked about the Swaraj of the entire country, right? So that's why it is very, very crucial to understand. All right, everyone. Now, so when we talk about other aspects, then they led the ideological foundation, ideological foundation of armed revolutionaries. So we can say that it is possible to say. Why? Because due to the ideological inspirations taken from Bal Gangadhar Tilak, what happened? Vasudev Balwant Phadke, right? Not that. Damodar and Balakrishna Chapekar, the two Chapekar brothers, Damodar Chapekar and Balakrishna Chapekar, they had assassinated the plague commissioner of Pune, Mr. Rand. Okay. Why? Not because of the mismanagement. Let me tell you the real story of that. Actually, Damodar Chapekar and Balakrishna Chapekar, the Chapekar brothers, they belonged to very respected families. However, when Pune was suffering by the bubonic plague, there was the similar lockdown-like condition in Pune, and government was holding a survey, home-based survey, right? House by house it was being conducted, and the people in that area, particularly in Pune, the Orthodox communities, they were absolutely opposed to this idea of home surveys. They were not ready to allow the officials to enter the houses or to inquire to the people in the family. This is why the people were extremely angry, and they were dissatisfied by all these efforts done by the plague commissioner. And ultimately, when the teams, they reached the houses of Chapekar brothers, first of all, they actually beated the hell out of them. And after that, Chapekar brothers, they assassinated plague commissioner of Pune. So that is basically the story. Later on, even the Chapekar brothers, their act was appraised. It was, praised by Bal Gangadhar Tilak, not because it was done against the British, not because it was having the spirit of nationalism or something. Actually, it was praised because those brothers, they had upheld the value of dharma. This was the line, okay. So basically, the value of the morals, or we can simply suggest that orthodoxy was safeguarded, due to which they were appreciated by Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Now, when we talk about other aspects, they popularized the religious festivals or religious gatherings as an important political tools. Now guys, popularizing the religious gatherings as the political tool, that was also done by the extremist leaders only, and that would be proving the catastrophic character of Indian politics. Even today we are unable to get rid out of it. Why so? Because it was implanted in our conscience that the religion should be the first criteria, or the caste should be the first criteria for any type of congregations. Therefore, even today, the political parties, they demand the votes from a certain group, from a certain caste, certain community, certain religion. Why? Because the political parties are aware that this type of group identity, it reduces the number of the effective clients to be addressed. Suppose if I am saying X wala group, then that particular group will be having so many hundreds of thousands of members. They all will be addressed simultaneously. Okay, everyone. So the extremists, they had a lot of features. they basically inspired the nationalist literature, works such as paintings, I would say, newspapers, etc. All right, everyone. So that is basically right. That is basically the contribution made by the features of the extremist leaders. All right, everyone. However, the question arises, right? One more question arises that basically, apart from that, what should be the other aspects which are to be considered? There are no such aspects apart from these. Why so? Because when we combine all these things, we get the basic idea that ultimately would be dominating the upcoming Indian political sphere. All right, everyone. So let me just categorize some of the pros and positives and negatives of the moderates. So this is basically encouragement of the youth to venture into the national political struggle. That is a very positive feature, very positive feature. Pioneers of the mass politics, very much positive feature. Pioneers of the nationalist political goals in India, again a positive feature. Led the ideological foundation of the armed revolutionaries. This could be contested feature, right? Positive for some and negative for some. Then popularized the religious gatherings as inspiration or as an important political tool. This is the negative point. Inspired the nationalist literature, poetries and newspapers, etc. That is the positive point. Right, positive point. Guys, they also had several other features. For example, they actually did not understand, right, some important features related to the British rule. So what were their drawbacks? Their drawbacks included the drawbacks of the extremists. Number one, they basically did not understand the nature of British rule at all. Nature of British rule at all. Probably they had the least understanding of the British rule. And why so? Because at least moderates, they got it when they said that British are the law-abiding community, they are the followers of the rule of law, they will oblige to the constitutional means of struggle. But when we talk about the extremists, they suggested that the armed rebellion or the violent struggles or the passive resistance or the revolutionary activities, etc., they all would be able to repel the British back from India. They simply misjudged the British capacity. They could not understand it properly. Then, number two, instigated the communal politics. Instigated the communal politics. Guys, remember the point that when we talk about one of the biggest problems that India is actually facing during since the British period, during even the present time, that is the communal challenge, the challenge of communalism. Not only Muslim League is responsible, not only Sir Syed Ahmad Khan is responsible, not only the Deoband Darul Uloom is responsible, but also the equal responsibility lies on the notions of Aurobindo Ghosh, who postulated for the first time, along with Bipin Chandra Pal, the possibility of a Hindu nation, sorry, the possibility of a Hindu nation, right? And guys, this Hindu nation does not mean the separate sovereign identity to the Hindus of the country. No, it was simply the period, the era where the political leaders used to call any cultural section as a nation. So when Bengal was partitioned, they wrote as a deadly blow or a detrimental blow to the Hindu nation of Bengal. And why so? Because according to them, the Hindus had lost a primary chunk of the land under the control of the Mohammedan majority. Now that actually indicates the small seeds of communal frenzy into which the country would be diving upon. And later on we would also understand that how did this organization of Shivaji Mahotsav and Ganapati Mahotsav etc. not only helped into the cultural revivalism of the Marathas in Maharashtra, but also that led to the emergence of a false sense of superiority, a false notion of cultural supremacy amongst the contemporary leaders. Okay, so we cannot say that, Chandra, that it was used by the extremists, but we can definitely say that they were providing the grounds, they were providing the fertile grounds, fertile minds into which the British would be cultivating the communal segregations. Okay, so they provided communally fertile grounds of youth's minds, where the British could easily cultivate the crop of communalism. So if we blame the British that they introduced the policy of divide and rule, or they utilized the communalism as a political weapon to divide our country into two segments, then we must also blame the extremist leaders who ultimately conditioned the youth in a certain way, which was a very fertile ground for the communal identity. Now, apart from that, most of them were orthodox. Who opposed any religious reformations. Okay. For example, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, he had clearly and vehemently opposed the Age of Consent Act as a moral atrocity on the person whose wife's name was Rakhmabai, and who had been, I think, the first person to be forced for a divorce from his wife as per the modern law in India. So not only that, in fact, when we talk about the religious reforms conducted under the name of I think probably that was the reconstruction of the historical archaeology. Even that was also opposed by Tilak. All right. So we can say that, be it the political participation of the depressed classes, political participation of the women, or the political participation and socio-religious reformation with respect to the women and the depressed classes, Tilak or Lala Lajpat Rai or even Bipin Chandra Pal, they were not very much responsive or very much supportive towards that. Okay, then limited effectivity, which means that their methodology, their personality, their existence itself was not highly effective. And how can I say that? Basically, if you observe, during the period of 1908 to 1916, in this duration, Lala Lajpat Rai, he was sent to exile. He was actually ordered to leave the British Empire, so he took a shelter in the United States of India. United States of America, that is US. So Lajpat Rai went to US. Gangadhar Tilak, he was tried and sent to the 6 years long sentence in the jail called Mandalay in Burma, Myanmar. Bipin Chandra Pal, he was forced to retire, and since he retired from the politics and did not return until 1918, he did not have any type of traces of impact on the national movement. Aurobindo Ghosh, he took the retirement from the politics and renunciated the world to become an ascetic or a monk and a philosopher. He made an ashram at Auroville in Puducherry. Okay, so all the political leaders, as I told you, it is not like that they died immediately. They lived even after that, but their impact was so less that they could not create any ripple in the political lake of India. Now, so I hope it's clear to all of you. Now let us understand the Gandhian phase. So when we talk about the Gandhian phase, okay, this is the extent of mass movement, and this is the timeline. All right, timeline. This is about the beginning of 1917. However, the mass movement will be emerging from 1920 to 1922. Then again, there will be the gap. All right. Then again, there will be the emergence of mass movement from 1930 to 1932. Okay. Then again, after that, it will be a gap. And again, the mass movement will emerge in 1942 up to 44. All right. And after that, there will be the independence. Okay, everyone. So basically, how can we make a graph of this particular phase of Gandhian movement? Basically, it started from here and it went like that. Okay. It had a peak and then it declined and went into the phase of struggle, pace, right? Again, from that, okay. Basically, the Gandhian movement, when we talk about it, try to understand that Gandhian movement is actually the alternate struggle, right? Struggle, truce, struggle. So basically, you can observe it very clearly, right? So guys, when we talk about the Gandhian movement, let us understand that Gandhian movement actually follows the strategy of Gandhian strategy of struggle, truce and struggle. Struggle, truce and struggle. What is the so-called struggle? Basically, when we talk about the struggle period, you can see that in 1919 also there was the small movement, all right. However, in 1920 up to 1922, this was the period of peak of Gandhian movement. This is the phase of mass struggle. This is the phase of the mass struggle. All right, everybody. After that, we have a period of truce. Truce means what? Truce means constructive, constructive social work and preparations of next mass movement. All right, everybody, next mass movement. After that, we have another peak. Another peak was basically the stage of civil disobedience, right? Where in this stage particularly the struggle, the mass struggle, and this stage was actually, it was actually a long lasting stage. However, the impact was felt only during the first 2 years or first 1.5 years, not more than that. Okay. And after that, we have the long period of truce. This truce will be for the social work and awareness and preparation of next mass movement. Then there will be the next stage of the dominance. All right, everyone. And in this next stage of the dominance, what would be the case? This will be called as the Quit India movement. All right. The mass struggle, which will be the final and most effective, final and most effective mass struggle, giving us the independence. Up to independence. All right, everyone. Now there are few questions that if this was a Gandhian strategy, so can we say that Gandhi intentionally stopped the movements which were going on to their peak in 1922? Suppose it is on the peak, it was immediately stopped. In 1932 or 31 particularly, it was on the peak, it was immediately stopped. So why was it done? Why was it done? Guys, for that we need to understand the basic characteristics of the mass movement. It is very, very essential to understand it. Okay, characteristics of the mass movement is very important. For example, when we talk about the characteristic of the mass movement, okay, just a second. All right. When we talk about the characters of mass movement, there are few important points to note. That first of all, masses have masses have the unlimited, okay, unlimited capacity, but limited patience. All right, everyone, limited patience. Then second thing, the masses, they need inspirational leadership also. Then the masses must be aware about morals, okay, morals of the movement. Then masses must be held responsible. Guys, whenever we actually take the responsibility wala part away from the masses, that actually gives the unlimited capacity, unlimited independence to the masses, the freedom to do anything, and this could be destructive. If the masses are not held responsible, not held accountable, they could create the unprecedented destruction. Have you not seen the crowds destroying the public property during any mass movement, or crowds, just uprooting the train, railway tracks, etc.? Of course. So therefore, the masses must be held accountable, must be held responsible. And who will be taking the responsibility of the masses? Certain morals which would be set as the guidelines of the mass movement. Every leader who is an inspirational leader must set a certain rules, regulations, certain guidelines to ensure that the masses, they don't go wild, they don't go untamed, and they are always behaving as per a designated pattern of the conduct. And last but not the least, why are these things necessary? These are necessary because the masses have got unlimited potential, unlimited capacity. They can actually destroy, they can actually construct a lot of things. Okay. Therefore, the masses, why would they turn from the non-violent, peaceful protesters into the violent and aggressive protesters? It is because the masses, they have the limited patience. They have the limited patience. That is the basic character of the masses. Then guys, we must also understand the characteristics of satyagraha. Okay, the characteristics of satyagraha is also essential to understand. And why so? It is because a satyagraha or satyagrahi must be or must have pain bearance. Okay, must have the pain bearance capacity, must have a courageous and brave heart, must have or must endure the pain, and patience. So guys, certain requirements, right? Certain requirements which are essential for any satyagrahi. Along with that, all these for the sake of truth. Okay. So what is the supreme What is the supreme sacrifice? The supreme sacrifice is basically that all these, right, all these are required for the sake of truth. Got it, everyone? So this is basically the characteristics of the satyagraha, characteristics of the Gandhian movements, and the essential characteristics of the mass struggle, even if it is led by Gandhi or by any other political leader. That does not matter. That does not matter. Mamata, yes, definitely we can say that. Definitely we can say that. Now, guys, when we talk about these type of features or these type of aspects, remember one point, that the Gandhian movement was not the only movement which was going on. Okay, there were other simultaneous movements which were going on as well, because whenever we talk about the historical studies or the historiography of Indian freedom struggle, usually we get a few distinct opinions, few different opinions. For example, number one, when we talk about the different opinions, when we talk about the leftist opinion or the Marxist opinion, they actually do not consider Gandhi as a mass leader. Rather, they consider Gandhi as the leader of the bourgeois or bourgeois classes, basically the middle and upper middle classes. Okay. When we talk about the right wing, the ultra nationalist politicians, or sorry, historiographers, they consider the Gandhi not as a mass leader, but as a safety valve who was working on the behest of the British forces, and he resisted the violent nature of Indian freedom struggle because he did not want the British to be slaughtered or to be killed. And when we talk about the subaltern school of history, basically subalterns that include the participation of the masses, the common folks, they say that the Gandhian movement was instrumental in spreading the awareness among the masses, and therefore it must be regarded as one of the most consequential phases of our history. Okay, everyone? And when we consider the last stage, that is the last part, that is the British School of Historiography or the Oxford Cambridge School of Historiography, there Gandhi is actually represented as the reflection of the Indian bitterness and the barbaric nature under which he was resisting to remove the British rule. Why? Because the British rule was trying to civilize the Indian people, whereas Gandhi, with his orthodox views and opinions, was resistive towards it. So guys, what did we understand? We understood that if we observe the Cambridge Oxford school or the Marxist school or the nationalist or ultra nationalist school, these three schools of historiography, they do not support Gandhi and his eminent contribution in the freedom struggle. But when we study the history from the perspective of the common people, common masses, that is the subaltern historiography, there we find that Gandhi had lent an immense impact upon the common folks, and therefore there emerged several such movements among the common people. You might have heard that this gentleman is called as the Gandhi of a particular area. This gentleman is called as the Gandhi of Chhattisgarh, Gandhi of Bihar, Budi Gandhi, Gandhi of Marathi, Gandhi of Konkan, Gandhi of Madras, Gandhi of Northwestern Frontier Province. You know, these type of segregated regional identities awarded to the freedom struggle movements, that is under the influence of Gandhi. So when we consider the popular opinion or the subaltern opinion, mass opinion, then Gandhian phase was the most impactful phase. Other three schools, they don't regard Gandhian movement as the impactful phase. So leftist, then Oxbridge, that is British. Then we have a right wing nationalist, and we have the subaltern. So they have different considerations about Gandhi. All right, everybody. Now let us understand the arrival and impact of Gandhi. Guys, I will simply make a timeline. I will not go into the detailed explanations because this is simply to give you an overview, right? So that if you see this particular lecture, if you will read the books, or if you will, or you have already read the books, then this will be revising for you, a revision exercise. If you have not read the books, then it will be simply an overview. So here, Gandhi left for South Africa in the year, let me just write it down here, okay? 1893. 1894, Gandhi reached, faced discrimination, and established Natal Indian Congress. Natal Indian Congress. Okay, then 1896, what happened in this particular year? Well, one more thing, Gandhi had also started the Indian Opinion as a newspaper, right? Indian Opinion newspaper. All right. Then 1899 to 1900, Gandhi volunteered in as medical aid corps in the Boer War. Okay, and after that, 1903, 1904, the movements against the discrimination on the basis of the registration certificate. Okay, this would be continuously going on. 1906, 1907, Transvaal Immigration Act, and not only that, even that will be proceeding 1908, 1910. In that movement as well, the movements against the invalidation of Indian marriages, all right, are registration certificates and Transvaal immigration. Okay, so all these things, guys, remember that when we talk about the Gandhian leadership in South Africa, the first phase is basically called as the moderate phase, right? And this stage is called as the passive resistance, the extreme stage of passive resistance. It will be during this phase only, the Gandhian ashrams would be established. Okay, so number one ashram would be established in the, okay, as a Phoenix Farm. Okay, just a second. The Phoenix Farm. Number two, it will be the Tolstoy Farm. So 1906 and 1910, okay, 1906 and 1910, these will be the periods when these ashrams of Gandhi would be established based upon the charities and the donations which he would be receiving by the friends and the supporters. Not only that, in fact, in 1911, 1912, there would be the visit of Gopal Krishna Gokhale as the state guest from India. So basically, the Governor General Viceroy of India, remember the name Lord Hardinge, he sent Gopal Krishna Gokhale as the official representative of the government of India, as an ambassador of the British government India to the British government in South Africa. So he facilitated the agreement between Mahatma Gandhi and General Smuts, who was the Governor General of South Africa. And finally, what happened? Finally, there was a Gandhi-Smuts agreement. There was a Gandhi-Smuts agreement which ensured all the important rights to the Indians. Okay. And after which Gandhi sailed back to India for permanent purpose, because Gandhi had also returned back to India at least twice before he finally returned permanently in 1915. All right, but before that he had also returned back for once, probably in 1896 for once, and probably in 1902 or 1904 something for the second time. So there were the instances where Gandhi was already taking some gaps. Okay, so struggle, that was the strategy even in South Africa. However, when we arrived in India, then the story got changed completely, because in India, early Gandhian movements in India, if we talk about it, in India. So guys, basically we have three important movements. Number one, Champaran. Number two, Ahmedabad mill strike. Number three, Kheda satyagraha. Okay. So this is basically Champaran, disobedience, Ahmedabad mill strike. Okay, and that was the disobedience. Satyagraha. So we all must be aware, we all should be aware in fact about the basic things related to it. All right. So here in Champaran, what happened? If we observe the map of Bihar, okay, the map of Bihar, basically this area, right? If you observe it carefully, Champaran is basically present here. Okay, Champaran present here, and in this area, the peasants were subjected to, teen katiya system. All right, in which 3/20, that is 15% of the land was reserved for the indigo plantation. All right. So Gandhi, he was requested by Rajkumar Shukla. So, right, Rajkumar Shukla requested Gandhi and he arrived and was supported by several people like Dr. Rajendra Prasad or the leaders like Anugrah Narayan or even leaders like J.B. Kripalani, or the leaders like Hakim Azmal Khan, right. So many people were there, and in fact, let me tell you that even if we talk about if we talk about the Champaran, this was basically a successful movement. Why? Because the British initially they declined the offer of Mahatma Gandhi to have or hold an inquiry into the atrocities. Later on, when Gandhi was threatened by the British authority to leave the district, Gandhi simply disobeyed them. He was ready to face any charges, any fine or any jail, but ultimately he was simply allowed to stay and he conducted a careful study. Not only that, Gandhi was also made the part of the member of the committee which was inquiring the excesses into indigo plantations, and therefore ultimately that committee agreed for the reimbursement of 25% of the additional charges which were taken by the planters from the peasants. And ultimately the result was that Gandhi agreed to the reimbursement of 25% additionally charged taxes. Now some of the people objected. However, Gandhi clearly opined that 25% is basically the indicator of their moral victory against the British, which was more important than any numbers. Ultimately, Champaran became a classic case study of a Gandhian strategy and its success. Later on, what happened? Guys, I think there is a video stuck or what? Just a second. Okay. Now, after that, Mahatma Gandhi, he was called at Ahmedabad, the month of February 1918. February 1918. He was called to Ahmedabad by whom? By the leader of Ahmedabad Mill Workers Association. Mill Workers Association. And guess what? Who was the leader? It was led by I think we must be aware of both the things. So Ahmedabad Mill Workers Association and Ahmedabad Mill Owners Association. Mill Owners Association. Now, when we keep these two associations against each other, we get the names of Sarabhai versus Sarabhai, right? Sarabhai versus Sarabhai. So here, Anusuya Ben Sarabhai, Anusuya Ben Sarabhai, and here Ambalal Sarabhai. Okay. So in this battle of Sarabhai versus Sarabhai, she was the sister and he was the brother. Okay. What was the outcome of it? The outcome was basically Gandhi had to decide the sides to choose because both of them were the friends of Gandhi. Ambalal had given a generous donation to save the ashram of Mahatma Gandhi at Sabarmati. In fact, his ashram was actually running on the charities given by Ambalal and his friends. Still, Gandhi chose to side with Anusuya Ben because she was on the correct side. In fact, due to the consequences of the World War and the Spanish influenza and bubonic plague, etc., the workers were living a miserable life. They were somehow managing with the help of a plague bonus which was given to them. But the Mill Owners Association declared that the plague bonus will be prohibited, and when the workers heard it, they started resisting and demanding the increase of the bonus instead of abolishing it. The owners, they threatened the workers that if they will not return back to the work, they will be fired. So most of the workers returned back to the work. However, when Gandhi got to know about it, he insisted the workers to go on the hunger strike. However, the workers were not ready to go on the hunger strike. Why? Because they did not have the enough moral courage and capability. This is why Gandhi started the hunger strike against the workers only. So this is the very unique condition where Gandhi is putting up a fast unto death against the workers who had called him, right? So this was basically a very humiliating condition for the workers who became ready to continue the hunger strike, and within a couple of days, the mill owners got agree. And what was the basically demand? Gandhi had suggested, demanded how much bonus? Demanded bonus of 50%, and he was ready to grant bonus of 20%. Okay, so Gandhi actually suggested 35%. Suggested 35%. So this is how the solution was arrived at. Then talking about the Kheda Satyagraha, this was probably the first instance where the Satyagraha was held, where with the help of Sardar Patel, Indulal Indulal Yagnik, and Mahadev Desai, all right. All these people, they helped Mahatma Gandhi in the assessment of, right, in the assessment of pendency of the revenue. Okay, everyone? So when we talk about the assessment of the pendency of the revenue, try to understand one thing, that the farmers were subjected to a certain land revenue charge. They were unable to pay because of the drought which was prevailing in the Kheda division or Kheda district of Gujarat. Due to the drought conditions, some of the farmers who had the money, they were still able to pay. Others, they were forced by the government to pay the remaining amount, because of which Gandhi was called. And guess what? Who had called Gandhi? One of the sub-district magistrates of Kheda, he had called Gandhi himself to provide a solution to this condition. He thought that Gandhi would be helping the British because the farmers were actually breaking the law. But Gandhi chose the side of farmers, and he rather insisted the farmers that only those who are unable to pay, they should abstain from cooperating with the revenue collectors. Like, for example, suppose the collector is coming to collect the revenue, or the patwari is coming to collect the revenue, just go absconding, just do not get present before him. So this is how you are avoiding the payment of, or delaying the payment of the revenue, and ultimately this delaying in the payment will be forcing the authority to change their decision, realizing the mistake that yes, assessment of revenue was wrong, collection was wrong, and ultimately this happened. Yes, this happened. And this led to the strengthening of Mahatma Gandhi and his strategies as a formidable strategy against the British occupation. All right, everybody. Now moving further, and let us understand about the emergence of national movement. Emergence of the national movement. All right, guys, when we talk about the national movement, we have to study about the Bengal partition, 1905, which is not under the Gandhian phase. Then the Rowlatt satyagraha, which is under the Gandhian strategy, Gandhi leadership. Then Khilafat, non-cooperation. Okay. So these are the three, right? These are the three early national movements. However, Bengal partition, it was, you can say, a probable candidate for the national movement, could not become a national movement. What all happened there? So basically, remember this particular map. All right. Okay. So this is basically the area of, the area of Bengal. Okay, the area of Bengal. Actually, what happened, that when we talk about the area of Bengal, it included certain areas of Bihar as well, certain areas of Odisha as well. All right, and even certain parts of the Jharkhand. So ultimately, what happened? This area of Bengal, that was decided to be bifurcated into the two different parts. This would be the approximate partition line, where this region will be the area of East Bengal and Assam. And this particular area, this entire area will be Bengal. Okay. So ultimately, what was the problem into it? The problem was that basically the Bengal had a non-Bangla, right, non-Bangla majority, all right. Whereas if we talk about the language, okay, in the language it had a non-Bangla majority, and in the religion was basically dominated by the Hindu. Whereas here the language was Bangla and religion was Islam. I am only talking about the dominant. A total of 8.5, right, 8.4, I'm sorry. Just a second. Oh, sorry, 8.5, okay, 8.5 crore population was there, in which 5.4 and 3.1, this, right, 5.3 crore, 4 crore, that was basically the population of Bengal, and this was the population of the East Bengal and Assam. Okay, so that was basically the condition, the entire overall condition. So when we talk about Bengal was basically, it became a Hindu majority but non-Bangla, whereas this became a Muslim majority but Bangla. So this was the British strategy of divide and rule the Bangla population, because now the East Bengal Muslims, they became the dominant Bangla speakers in their respective state, and this is basically the act of divide and rule by the British just to pacify and to please the elite Mohammedans of East Bengal, whom they thought as the probable candidates in order to further weaken the Congress as a movement. Whereas the dominant Hindu Bangla speakers who were leading the national movement by that time, they were reduced to the minority in their own state of Bengal. Got it, everyone? This is why what happened. The elite Bangla Hindus, they turned towards the aggression, revolution. They turned towards the revolt, towards the activities such as terrorizing the British officials by bombing, by shooting, by killing them. You will observe that the Bengal partition would lead to the emergence of Anushilan movement, Anushilan Samiti, or emergence of the Jugantar group, right? These organizations would be primarily led by the upper class Hindus, educated and elite sections of the youth, who would be quite differing, or you can say hesitant to include the Mohammedan participants into their nationalist activities. Got it? So basically we can say that Bengal partition is crucial not only for the perspective of from the perspective of national movement, but also from the perspective of the development of communal politics in India. Because immediately after Bengal partition, we understand that Swadeshi and boycott movement will take place, and this Swadeshi and boycott movement, my dear, it would be including the religious nationalism, okay, religious nationalism as an important factor, For example, taking the dip in Ganga River to take the oath of reunification of Bengal. For example, wearing the Raksha Sutra or the Kalavas or the Rakhis, etc. For example, taking the oath and conducting the holy sacrifices, etc. These type of things were happening in order to aware the people, to make them club together, right? Not only that, even if we talk about the literature, etc., the first ever portrayal of India as Bharat Mata, that was the result of Bengal partition, when it was portrayed by Abhinendranath Tagore, who was the younger brother of Rabindranath Tagore and an eminent professor of the fine arts and eminent painter in the Shantiniketan. Okay, so the nationalist literature, nationalist chemical factory, nationalist shipbuilding company in Chidambaram, that means in the Chennai, Madras. So all these things were happening. So the group of leaders like Lajpat Rai in Punjab, Sardar Ajit Singh in Punjab, Sayyid Haider Raja in Delhi and Western UP, Lajpat and Bipin Chandra Pal in East Bengal and Assam, Aurobindo Ghosh in the West Bengal, Gangadhar Tilak in Bombay, Subramaniam Bharti in Madras. All these leaders, they were leading the national movement. Actually, they were trying to establish this entire frenzy of the masses throughout the country, but they were not allowed to do so. Why? Because the 1905 session of Congress, which took place in Banaras, it sponsored the entire program of swadeshi and boycott against Bengal partition. 1906 national movement, that was basically the National Assembly of Congress, right? The national session of Congress was held at Calcutta, chaired by Dadabhai Nauroji, who accepted the goal of Swaraj for the very first time as the official goal of Congress, right? After that, in 1907, this time the extremist leaders wanted to take the chair, but they were not allowed, and Congress moderates, they placed Ras Bihari Ghosh as the president of Congress, and ultimately this resulted into the split in Congress, and the split in Congress led to the end of the movement of Bengal partition. All right, everyone. So we can take the lessons from this movement, that it was probably for the first time when the masses were getting gathered and accumulated for a common cause, having the nationalist spirit. Whereas Rowlatt Satyagraha, now this was actually against the passage of Rowlatt Act. Passage of Rowlatt Act. Okay, what is the Rowlatt Act, guys? Rowlatt Act basically means the revolutionary and anarchical crimes act. Okay, so abolition of the revolutionary and anarchical crimes act. This was actually called as the Rowlatt Act on the name of Sidney Rowlatt, who was the chairperson of this particular committee which has recommended the passage of this particular law. Now, there was another factor. The Government of India Act 1919, that was passed, which resulted into the widespread furor. Why? Because the Government of India Act was basically, it was just a mere upgradation with the inculcation of certain demands made by the Home Rule League movement, okay, it accommodated the demands of Home Rule movement. How and Indian National Congress plus All India Muslim League, their joint declarations. Okay, so whatever the demands were made by the joint declaration of the Indian National Congress and All India Muslim League in 1916 Lucknow, okay, all these were accepted. However, the masses were unhappy. The masses were unhappy. And due to which the new leader of the masses, Mahatma Gandhi, he declared that he would be leading a mass movement in the form of the nationwide strike on the 6th of April 1919. So this declaration of the strike on the 6th of April 1919, this became the symbol of the beginning of Rowlatt satyagraha. And guys, within 1 week, 13th of April 1919, there was the Jallianwala Bagh incidents. Jallianwala Bagh incidents. And this was probably the most unprecedented act ever done by the British authorities in India. And they still tried to justify this act. However, let me tell you that the situation in Punjab was very volatile. When the mass strike was declared, the Punjab crowd had become extremely angry. And what was the reason of the anger behind the crowd of Punjab? Reason behind the anger of crowd of Punjab, what was the reason? Reason was basically the Punjab crowd, they had faced the bitter suppression of the British under the 1915 Defense of India Act. Defense of India Act. And guys, this act was actually brought to suppress the Gadar movement, okay, against the Gadar movement. So the main participants in the Gadar movement, they belonged to the Punjab state, and therefore the Punjabis were bearing the burden of the Defense of India Act since very long period of time. Hence, they had very much unrestful attitude towards the British. And when the British, they brought the Rowlatt Act. Rowlatt Act was nothing but the replication, the photocopy of Defense of India Act. And therefore, the Punjabi youth was extremely angry once more. And the leaders of Punjab Congress, particularly Dr. Satyapal and Saifuddin Kichlu, these two individuals were immensely popular in the city of Amritsar. And what happened? They were leading a massive rally and they were arrested, due to which the situations became out of control, and the British Deputy Governor of Punjab, whose name was Michael O'Dwyer, he declared the condition of or implementation of martial law in Punjab. When martial law was implemented, no public movement was allowed, but on the day of festival of Baisakhi, what happened? The thousands of people, they gathered at the Jallianwala Bagh in the afternoon, when Brigadier Reginald Dyer, who was the military commander of that area under the martial law, when he got to listen to this news, he took along with him at least 400 soldiers, and both the dyers, the governor and the commander, both the dyers were agree on this point that the crowd was needed to be punished. So he did not even give any opportunity to disperse the crowd. He simply ordered the fire to his troops, who led the continuous firing for more than 7 minutes, right? Ultimately resulting into the killing of at least more than 1100 people as such. However, the official records, they suggest that 323 people probably died, and approximately 1100 people were injured. But these are the records under the British investigation. Obviously, the public was not very much comfortable in sharing the data with the people of British. That's why these records are highly undermined. But the result was basically that this Jallianwala Bagh incidents, it was inquired by the Hunter Committee. Hunter Committee, which also had some Indian members. For example, Sir Chimanlal Sitalwad, Sultan Sahibzada Khan of Gwalior, okay, and Pandit Jagat Narayan Mulla of Uttar Pradesh. These three people, they were the Indian members in the Hunter Committee, which was organized to inquire the atrocities of Jallianwala Bagh incidents. However, this committee did not support the allegations on Dyer. Rather, it suggested that Dyer was guilty. He was guilty, but he was not having any wrong intentions. He just had a wrong interpretation of the sense of duty. All right, everyone. So that is the exact thing which is related to the Jallianwala Bagh incidents. Now, after that, there would be another great movement which would be inspired by the combined reasons. The reasons would be the reasons behind the Khilafat non-cooperation movement. It would be basically, just a second. Number one, the anger after Jallianwala Bagh incident. Number two, the anger among Muslims. The anger among Muslims due to the Treaty of Sevres. The Treaty of Sevres, which resulted into, this was after the First World War, and this treaty abolished the Caliphate, right? Khilafat. So basically this treaty resulted into the abolition of the Khilafat, ultimately dethroning, right? So Khalifa, the Ottoman Khalifa, Ottoman Turk Khalifa, or the Caliph, was dethroned and unrecognized as the spiritual and political head of the Islamic world. So this resulted into what? This resulted into the extreme anger amongst the Indian Muslims particularly, and the educated sections were extremely enraged due to this British act. And this is why what happened? This is why the All India Khilafat Committee, All India Khilafat Committee, that was founded by Ali brothers. Founded by Ali brothers. Guys, remember that All India Khilafat Conference and All India Khilafat Committee are two distinct organizations. All right. When we talk about the All India Khilafat Conference and All India Khilafat Committee, Khilafat Conference was actually established in Bombay, again by Ali brothers only. However, that was simply like like a meeting organization kind of that. But All India Khilafat Committee, that was established to lead the mass movement and founded by Ali brothers. But the All India Khilafat Conference and All India Khilafat Committee, both they got merged, and Mahatma Gandhi was seated as the chairperson of the All India Khilafat movement. And who was the main man of idea behind that? The men of idea, they were the Ali brothers. Number one, Maulana Muhammad Ali and Maulana Shaukat Ali. So basically, Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali were the two brothers who held this movement as the biggest movement of unrest against the British by the Mohammedans in all over the world. Probably the most unprecedented. Got it? So ultimately, what was the outcome? This movement was decided to be, right? This movement was decided, the All India Khilafat Non-Cooperation Movement. Guys, this movement was not supported by the moderates and extremists. Moderates and extremists. For example, Tilak, okay, Jinnah, Bipin Chandra Pal, Annie Besant, and Surendranath Banerjee. They all actually resigned. They all resigned from Congress. All right, resigned from Congress. In fact, this movement was first inter-communal mass movement where both Hindus and Muslims were participating into it. Not only that, this was approved by a special Congress session in September 1920 at Calcutta, and reapproved at Nagpur session. Okay, so guys, all these things, they indicate that this movement was probably, this was probably the new era, okay, the new era of Congress. Because all the old leaders, they left. And Gandhi, he reconstituted the Party Constitution of Congress. Party Constitution of Congress. All right. Not only that, Gandhi also reorganized Congress into provincial Congress committees. Okay, provincial Congress committees based upon languages, based on language. Not only that, 4 आना annual membership cost that was kept. So guys, we can say that all the so-called political movements which we are seeing today, they actually emerged by this particular movement, and here Gandhi actually formulated the basic political structure of Congress by making the concept of paid membership of a political party, by bringing the linguistic basis of the provincial committees so that the better representation, better mass connectivity could become possible, so that once the masses would start getting connected with the Congress, then Congress would be completely overhauled from the annual meeting and drawing room political party to the 24/7, 365 days working mass movement based party. So this is why Gandhi, by the end of the freedom movement in 1947, he had suggested that this is the political party which was restructured, reshaped and rejuvenated by me, and this is why I recommend strongly that this should be completely disillusioned. Okay, should be dissolved. Got it, everyone? So Gandhi had suggested for the dissolution of Congress only because he had given a new structure, new shape of the mass movement based political party. However, in this particular movement, there were several instances which were not very healthy sign. And why so? Because, for example, Mopala rebellion, right? Mopala peasant rebellion was there. All right, everybody. This Mopala peasant rebellion, it became communal. Not only that, the Awadh Kisan Sabha and UP Kisan Sabha, Awadh Kisan Sabha, basically that was constituted in 1920 and UP Kisan Sabha was in 1918. So that means this was the original. However, this got segregated. Why? Because of the differences. So Gandhi's ideas were also creating some of the differences even among the peasant communities, right? Now, they, as well as Eka movement, 1921. Guys, all these movements, they showed the, right, all these indicated the casteist prejudices. Okay, casteist prejudices among farmers. So even the farmers were also having the caste prejudices, due to which there were different organizations formed in the Uttar Pradesh only. All these three were formed in UP only. And last but not the least, what happened? Last but not the least, we observed the Chauri Chaura incidents, which resulted into the immediate halt of the non-cooperation movement. All right, everyone, immediate halt of the non-cooperation movement. Now the question arises in our mind that why was this movement halted immediately? Was it due to the, was it due to the violence only? No, there were several reasons behind the halt of this movement, guys. What were the reasons? Reasons of non-cooperation movement halt. Number one, the masses had lost the patience. Okay. Number two, violence could be or could have catastrophic consequences like brutal British suppression, okay. Then number three, the mass movements, they always have limited life, always have a limited life. Not only that, due to the shared life responsibilities, of people. Apart from that, the Khilafat issue, it had become dead. It had become dead horse due to Ataturk rebellion, Ataturk revamp in Turkey. So basically, Turkish people themselves were not interested in continuation of the Khilafat. So what was the Indian Muslim doing then? So even the Indian Muslims, they largely dissociated themselves due to two reasons. Number one, hatred due to Mopla incidents. Number two, the Khilafat issue, Khilafat issue ended. All right. Now, so I think it is absolutely clear to everybody that these all matters collectively contributed to the end of non-cooperation movement. Now, when we talk about the other part, so what will happen now? Civil disobedience movement will be starting, but will it start immediately? Not at all. So let us understand the simultaneous activities. So guys, one struggle is over. Now the truce period is there. So the period of truce. Guys, in the period of truce, what is the time period? 1922 up to 1930. And what is going on in the period of truce? Two things are going on. Number one, the social political construction awareness. Number two, the alternative mode of the freedom struggle that continuously went on either through the revolutionaries or through the rise of communist, socialist and other ideas. So here what happened? What happened here? That basically the abrupt end of non-cooperation movement devastated the youth, and they took a violent path. They took the path of violence. All right, everybody. For example, Ram Prasad Bismil, he was actually a participant in the non-cooperation movement also. Chandrasekhar Azad, he was a participant in the non-cooperation movement also. However, when this non-cooperation movement, it failed or it did not give any immediate result, of course, these two youngsters, they were greatly affected and they chose the path of violence. Okay, everyone. So this violence is basically called as the Indian socialist rebellions. Okay, Indian socialist revolutionaries. These socialist revolutionaries, they had their presence in Bengal, number one. Number two, in North India. Okay. So here the organizations were Hindustan, just a second. Hindustan Republican Association. All right, Republican Association. This organization was established at Kanpur in 1924. Major leaders included Sachin Sanyal, Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi, Ram Prasad Bismil, Chandrasekhar Azad, etc. And the major activity that was done, the Kakori, the Kakori incident, that was in 1925. And after that, probably all the major participants of the Kakori incident, including Roshan Singh, Ram Prasad Bismil, Ashfaq Ullah Khan, Rajendra Lahiri, these four revolutionaries were hanged till death. Okay. So four revolutionaries are there: Ram Prasad Bismil, Ashfaq Ullah Khan, Roshan Singh, and Rajendra Lahiri. All right. So these all were hanged till death. And ultimately what happened? Ultimately this was rejuvenated. This organization was rejuvenated as Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. Socialist Republican Association. And this resulted into the two major incidents. Number one, Lahore conspiracy, and number two, the assembly bombing case. Assembly bombing case. So guys, when we talk about the Lahore conspiracy, basically it was to avenge the death of Lala Lajpat Rai in the protest against Simon Commission, and he was subjected to lathi charge, got injured badly, due to which he lost his life, and this led to the feeling of revenge among the youth of Punjab branch of Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, and that basically resulted into the killing of Saunders. Unfortunately, Saunders was killed because he was not the guilty person behind it. it was the superintendent of police, Scott, Mr. Scott, who was supposedly to be killed. However, Saunders, who was just like 21 years old, and he was just recruited on the post of a DSP as the part of the Indian police. And this is when the identity was mistaken and he was shot. This incident resulted into widespread agony among the British officials, and they started witch hunting the revolutionaries, and ultimately the entire revolutionary circle in the northern India, that was completely nabbed and it was completely destroyed. Only a few people were left for some more time, like for example Chandrasekhar Azad. He was also subjected to the death in an encounter in the month of February in 1931, and in the month of March 1931, the three another great revolutionaries, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru, they were subjected to the death sentence and hanged till death on 23rd of March in the connection with the Lahore conspiracy. Whereas Batukeshwar Dutt, who was responsible along with Bhagat Singh to throw the bomb in assembly, Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt, they were not given the death sentence for the assembly bombing. They were given the life imprisonment. However, when Bhagat Singh got the death sentence, his life imprisonment was overlapped, and Batukeshwar Dutt, he remained in the jail till the interim government of Congress was established. He was given the bail once in 1937 also, but when he participated in the Quit India movement, he was not allowed to do so. The British government again put him into the jail. So all these things are enough to tell you that the revolutionary movement had the great ambition, great spirit of fighting, but they completely failed to understand the might of the British. They completely failed to exactly measure the impact of the British on the Indian mindset. That's why they could not attain their goals. In Bengal, the most important incidents, that was the Chittagong Armory raid. Chittagong Armory raid, which took place in the month of April 1930 and led by the soldiers or the volunteers of the Indian Republican Army. Okay, Indian Republican Army led by Master Surya Sen. Surya Sen was also a participant in the civil disobedience movement as well as the non-cooperation movement previously. However, he was disillusioned with the methods of Mahatma Gandhi, so he decided to take the path of violence. However, later on, he became famous as the Master Da, because he was basically the teacher in the government school also. Guys, the speciality of this stage of revolutionary movement in Bengal, a large number of the women, young women, they participated in great numbers in these type of activities. Be it Veena Das, who while receiving her degree at the convocation ceremony, she shot at the governor himself, right? While be it Kalpana Datta, the fellow and partner of Master Surya Sen in the Chittagong Armory, Suniti Chanderi, Shanti Ghosh, these all ladies, they were responsible for several incidents. However, if you might have heard about the one club was there in Chittagong. One club was there in Chittagong, where the club was having the board, Indians and dogs are not allowed. One revolutionary girl whose name was Pritilata Watedar, she actually went to attack that club and she bombarded that club completely However, she also got to receive some bullet shots and was eventually dead due to the succumbs of the blood. Okay, so basically the women, they played comprehensive role in the terrorizing of British officials in Bengal particularly. However, on the other side, the political movement was going on. What was going on in the politics? A few important things are to be understood, nothing more. Nothing more. Number one, the Khilafat, Congress, Swaraj Party. This Swaraj Party was actually the political wing of Indian National Congress, where Mahatma Gandhi had allowed the Congress leaders to participate in the elections of 1923. Okay, so they participated in the (1923) elections under the provision of Government of India Act 1919. Actually, Government of India Act 1919 provided that there should be a central legislative assembly, and this central legislative assembly, this should be having a tenure of 3 years, and only 104 people would be there. Right. Thank you. 104 people would be there in order to be elected from amongst the Indian representatives, right? So ultimately, what is the condition? Condition is basically Congress, Khilafat, Swaraj Party, it was interested to participate because they thought that Gandhian movement is not going to give any results, right? Then second important incidence will be that when the declaration of Simon Commission will be there. (1927) Arrival. Okay. So guys, basically when we are talking about, just a second, let me have some water. So when we are talking about the declaration of Simon Commission and other, guys, remember one point, that Simon Commission would be actually the result of a pre-decided act. In 1919 only it was decided, right? So we will talk about it. Then we have the anti-Simon protests. Anti-Simon protests. And we have Nehru Committee reports. Not only that, these reports were actually opposed as well, right? So we will talk about these features. Let us begin with the Swaraj Party. So guys, Swaraj Party, it had basically some important leaders like Chittaranjan Das. All right, Chittaranjan Das was there, and Motilal Nehru was there. Okay, Motilal Nehru. Vittal Bhai Patel. Vittal Bhai Patel was there. Even Subhash Chandra Bose was also close to Swaraj Party. And why would Subhash Chandra Bose be close to Swaraj Party? Because Chittaranjan Das, he will be the political guru of Subhash Chandra Bose. Okay, so this is why when Chittaranjan Das would become the mayor of Calcutta, he would appoint Subhash Chandra Bose as his secretary, right? Now, Vittal Bhai Patel, he will achieve the distinction of becoming the first Indian to become the chairman or the president or the speaker of the Legislative Assembly, the Central Legislative Assembly, the first Indian. Motilal Nehru, he will be the organizing secretary of Swaraj Party, and he will be the major intellectual force behind the strategies of Swaraj Party. However, in the 1923 Swaraj Party got the success, but in 1926 elections, they will not attain the success as expected, and this will result into the weakening of Swaraj Party further. Then in 1927, the Simon Commission was declared. Simon Commission is officially known as the Indian Statutory Commission. Okay, Statutory Commission. This Indian Statutory Commission, actually, it became a primary reason of anger against the British rule, because this was under the provision of Government of India Act 1919. It was a reform suggesting and review commission for Indian self-rule. So suppose if you are making the choices or making the decisions related to the self-rule of India, and you are not even asking the Indians that what do you want, isn't it? So this is enough to enrage the Indians, because now the Indians were having enough political awareness due to the Gandhian movements and due to the continuously going on efforts in the social political aspects, isn't it? This is why what happened? The Indians all over the country, they started opposing the Simon Commission. However, guys, when we talk about the anti-Simon protests, there were two groups, the protesters and the supporters. The protesters included Indian National Congress, All India Muslim League led by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and the supporters, here also the Hindu Mahasabha was there, All India Hindu Mahasabha. And supporters were the people like Justice Party. Justice Party was a political party in Madras led by C.N. Mudaliar, okay. And also the leaders included in Justice Party, the leaders were C.N. Mudaliar and Periyar, etc. EVS Periyar, right? EVR, okay. And then Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, right? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he was also supporting the Simon Commission, right? So Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was also in the favor of Simon Commission. So he and Justice Party and a section of Muslim League led by Muhammad Shafi, they also supported the Simon Commission. However, the problem was that basically Simon Commission was here to study the possibilities of the reformations in the constitutional provisions of India. So the Indian leaders were protesting against it, that why are you not consulting with us? We are also capable of suggesting the government. The British Minister, the British Secretary of State for India, Lord Birkenhead. Okay, so the Indian leaders were challenged. Indian leaders, they were challenged by Lord Birkenhead. And this Lord Birkenhead, he suggested that Indians don't have the intellect to establish any such common consensus related to the constitution. So Nehru Committee was established as an all-party conference, at an all-party conference held in Calcutta. And that all-party conference resulted into the establishment of Nehru Committee, making a draft of constitution. So, constitution draft that was prepared and presented at September 1928 in Calcutta. Okay. Got it, everyone? So this resulted into the great suggestions also were given. For example, the dominion status was granted as a suggestion. Then grant of dominion status. Apart from that, 19 fundamental rights, female and males both got the enfranchised, the right to vote. Not only that, but even the depressed classes and the minorities, they got the chances of reservation, etc. So all these things, they made this reports, recommendations, one of the finest recommendations made from the perspective of the Indian people, Indian leadership. But as we all are aware that these things did not matter to the British because they were not interested in considering these things. So what happened? When we talk about the Nehru report, it was prepared by basically a committee of 1 plus 7, total 8 members, which also had Subhash Chandra Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose was not in the favor of dominion status. He was supported by the son of Motilal Nehru, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru. So now what happened? The two young politicians, Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose, they both were not happy with the recommendations of dominion status. Therefore, what happened? They founded the Independence for India League. All right, Independence for India League, and this became the organization which demanded total independence or complete independence. All right, everybody. So they demanded total independence or complete independence. Now the thing is that they gave ultimatum to Congress, that if before 1929 session the dominion status must be achieved, dominion status must be granted. If that does not happen, then what will be the case? If it does not happen, if it doesn't, then what will happen? Then 1929 session should declare the goal of complete independence or total independence. And this is what actually happened. Yes, everyone, this is what actually happened. And it resulted into what? It resulted into the Lahore Declaration. The Lahore Declaration of 1929 session of Congress, when the demand of total independence that was officially accepted officially accepted, and resulting into what? Resulting into the celebration of the first Independence Day. Okay, first day of independence on 26th January 1930. So this was actually what was going on in the politics. But my dear, as I told you that from 1930 onwards or from 1927 onwards, you will observe the simultaneous movements in the communal space, in the British space, in the Indian space. So now we will be making it a little bit more complicated, little bit more, not complicated, but more interlinked, interconnected. So this is something very interesting, very new. So when this all thing was happening with the Indian National Congress, then what was happening with the Muslim League? Because they were also the Indian political party. They were also having some of the mentality, some of the policies, and their policies also impacted the Indian freedom struggle. It's very important to understand. So guys, in 1916, Congress agreed to the separate electorate, for the Muslims. However, in 1927 Madras session, there was a tremendous offer, right? Indian National Congress got a proposal from the Delhi session, of All India Muslim League. What was the proposal? The proposal had the provisions like 1/3 reservation at the Central Legislative Assembly. Okay, it had the provisions like the reservation in ratio of population in the state assemblies or the provincial assemblies, right? In the provincial assembly of Bengal and Punjab. Then creation of separate Sindh from Bombay, also that northwestern frontier province वगैरह. Shilpa, welcome to the class, Shilpa. And last one will be very, very important. Remember that. The Muslim League agreed to joint electorate. That was actually a victory. Right? However, when we talk about this particular point or these 3 points, guys, all these 4 points were accepted by the Madras session of Congress in 1927. But remember the point that all these pointers, all these pointers were totally rejected. All these pointers, these were totally rejected by Nehru report. Okay. So from this particular point, the conflict that will emerge in the political leadership of Congress and Muslim League and this conflict would never ever be reconciliated again. It would never be filled again. Right, everybody? So this was the turning point where Congress had accepted it once in Madras, but in the next year they rejected it completely. They said that we are offering you the reservation in such states where the Muslims are in minority, and we cannot offer, or we cannot agree to the point of 1/3 reservation in the Central Assembly. And that is why Muslim League leaders, particularly under Muhammad Ali Jinnah, they became very angry, and ultimately Jinnah suggested his 14 points, and those 14 points were actually, they were actually the, just a second. Right, those 14 points were actually the reason behind the formation of Pakistan. They were the initial propaganda of Pakistan. Got it, everyone? In fact, the entire journey that started here, this entire journey would be actually going on like that. So 1927, Congress accepted the Delhi proposal. All right, Delhi proposal. However, in 1928, Congress rejected the proposals entirely. 1929, what happened? 1929, 1930, this session where the Purna Swaraj that was demanded as the goal of Congress. Now, do you understand the connection with this? The Purna Swaraj became the goal of Congress, and in the same year, my dear, in the Allahabad session of Muslim League, all right, Allahabad session of Muslim League, the thought of Muslim homeland in the northwest India, in the northwest, that was proposed by Dr. Allama Muhammad Iqbal. All right. And after that, what will happen? After that, in 1933, the proposal of the name of Muslim homeland as Pakistan. Okay. It was done by Chaudhary Rahmat Ali of Cambridge University. All right. So he proposed this particular name. Got it, everyone? So I think everybody got a basic idea about the issues pertaining to the formation of Pakistan. It actually emerged from this very rejection. However, if we are going to trace that journey backward, then we can take that journey as far as up to the proclamation of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, where he suggested that we are two separate nations. But as I told you that in that period, nation did not mean the modern nation state. Nation simply meant a cultural unit, a cultural segregation. Okay, that is all. So I hope that at least in the 1927, the reversal of the separate communal identity was possible, but that chance was actually, it was wasted by Congress in 1928, and Muslim League became rigid, more and more rigid, and more fanatic towards the Islamic sectarianism, leading to the partition of the country. Okay, everyone. Now, let us understand the next mass movement, that will be the civil disobedience movement. Now, guys, remember the things that civil disobedience movement, along with the constitutional reforms, these two things were going on simultaneously. They are related to each other. So if we talk about the civil disobedience movement, what happened? Actually, in the Lahore session, what happened? Gandhi, he had demanded 11 pointers. Okay, 11 pointers. And these 11 pointers were completely ignored. Completely ignored by Governor General. Okay. So ultimately, the ultimatum was given. So Gandhi gave a time to consider. All right. Again ignored. So finally what happened? Finally, on the 12th of March 1930, Gandhi started Dandi March. Okay, Dandi March. And it resulted into 6th April as the date of beginning of civil disobedience movement, by lifting a handful of salt by Gandhi. Now, guys, see, everybody understands the significance of this particular movement. I am not going to go into that much of depth, but I am going to give you a new perspective which is essential to make a better understanding. Guys, do you remember the 3-stage approach, the 3-stage understanding the nature of British rule, where the first stage was to make the people aware about the British rule. Second stage would be to provide the economic alternative, that if you are asking someone to stay away from the British, then how would they sustain their life? Give them the basic idea. And the third stage, that would be giving a solution, giving the introduction of your authority, that you are also powerful to rule enough, right, to rule us. Guys, if you compare these 3 stages, right, these 3 stages, you can very well understand the characteristic of each of the movement. Non-cooperation movement, simply asking, simply making the people aware not to abide by the rules, regulations, or not to follow or not to help the British. Awareness. Civil disobedience movement, it will be more about disobeying the laws and more about making the people aware about their economic detrimentation or their economic deterioration done by the British. All right. It was not only about protesting against the British. It was actually to tell the people that the economic opportunities which they have are actually taken by the British. Right? And the third one will be the Quit India movement, where the leadership will show their power and they will dictate the British to leave immediately. Now the public will trust automatically that yes, now Congress is capable of ruling us. So this is actually the basic understanding of the movement that you must endure, you must develop. Now here, let me tell you one more thing. Basically, the 11 demands of Gandhi, if you understand those demands, you will understand the entire nature of this movement. For example, it demanded the abolition of liquor, okay, abolition of liquor, or ban on liquor, I would say. Ban on liquor. It targeted the abolition of the salt tax. Abolition of salt tax. It also targeted the reduction of duties. Duties means basically the charges to be given by the traders and merchants. Then it also targeted the rationalization of rupee and sterling ratio. Rupee sterling ratio. It also demanded the rights to form associations and freedom of speech. Not only that, it also demanded the provision of arms. That means basically arms and weapons, they should be allowed. Okay, weapons should be allowed for the self-defense. There were many more points as well. However, these are some major points. Guys, ultimately, the essence is clear. You can realize that Gandhi's demands actually addressed the woman, the common rural and poor people, then the traders and merchants of the urban classes, then the big and rich merchants, then the laborers and the workers of the factories, then the provisions of the arms, that means the farmers and the landlords, So probably every single important group was given a consideration in the demands of Mahatma Gandhi. Therefore, what happened? Therefore, this civil disobedience movement, it spreaded so rapidly almost in the every state of India. Every state of India. In fact, let me tell you that, right, when we talk about the every state, suppose if, okay, just a second. Okay, all right. Suppose in every state there was a movement which was going to affect, okay, now, if we regard that this is the region of, okay, for example, this is the northwestern frontier province. All right. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is Bihar. This is Bengal. Okay. Now, this is Madhya Pradesh or CP. At that time, it was called CP. Then here it is Bombay, and particularly Gujarat. Then here it was Bombay. Then here it was Kerala. It was Madras. Right. Then Odisha. Right. Odisha. Then Chhattisgarh. Then Karnataka region or Mysore region. right? So if we observe these areas, we can even Nagaland, right? We can say that this particular part of every particular part of the country that was having a great participation done by all the major stakeholders. For example, in Gujarat, we had the Dandi and Dharsana, okay, Dandi and Dharsana salt movement, right? In Bombay, we had the strikes of the workers, okay, worker strikes. In the Karnataka region, we had the anti-forest law protests. Okay. In Kerala, we had the salt satyagraha at Kollam. Okay, at Kollam. Then in Madras, we had the Vedaranyam, okay, Vedaranyam salt satyagraha by Chakravarti Rajgopalachari, okay. Then in Odisha and Andhra, many, right, here mainly the Congress and communist workers, Congress and communist leaders, they also held the salt satyagraha. In Bengal, in Bihar, in UP, the three important agricultural states, they actually held the no taxation campaign, right? No taxation campaign, no chowkidari tax, no zamindari tax, etc., etc. In the CG and MP, here the tribal unrests against forest laws, okay. So these areas, they were having a tribal unrest against the forest laws. So overall, and here it was basically led by Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, and this movement became famous as the Red Shirt movement, okay, Red Shirts, or Khudai Khidmatgar. So right now, here Rani Gadinliu was there. Right now. So all these movements, they are enough to tell that the political participation now, it had taken a widespread character, a great participant nature of the Indian freedom struggle. It had now emerged and resulting into the formation of a great general consciousness, right, everybody? But once again, as I told you, the nature of the mass movement is very limited, is very specific. So what would happen? Gandhi would negotiate with Lord Irwin, okay, Lord Irwin, and ultimately there would be the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. Gandhi-Irwin Pact, which would be signed on the 5th of March 1931. Guys, this pact will be actually to ensure the participation of Gandhi in round table conference. All right, everyone, round table conference. And once Gandhi will agree to participate in round table conference, then the British Viceroy would agree to release the political prisoners, okay, release all the political prisoners, and to allow the local salt making, to provide the relaxation to government and ex-government employees, etc. However, Irwin did not accept, right? Irwin did not accept a few things. What all things? Did not accept few things like just a second, the stopping of sorry. To pardon Bhagat Singh, did not accept to hold an inquiry for police atrocities, all right. So all these things were not accepted by Lord Irwin, the Viceroy of India in that moment. However, Gandhi agreed to participate in the round table conference. And guys, round table conference, that was basically the part of the British government's exercise of constitutional reformations. Okay, everybody. So the constitutional reforms were basically a continuous chain. If you remember the chain, we had already discussed about the Charter Act. We had already discussed about the Councils Act. But the Government of India Acts, they are more comprehensive, more important. The first Government of India Act 1919, it had certain provisions such as the bicameral legislature was provided at the center in the name of Central Legislative Assembly and Central Legislative Council, such as the provincial diarchy was provided, like the provinces will have the Indian ministers and the British ministers both, such as the separation of power between center and state was divided. That was in the first one. Now, the second Government of India Act is about to arrive. However, what should be the provisions there? These provisions, the probable provisions, are to be discussed in the round table conferences. So basically, the number one, Simon Commission report. Number two, the round table conferences and their reports. Number three, the Lothian Committee reports on electoral reforms. And number four, the Nehru Committee report. Now guys, these all documents along with the white paper of the British government in Parliament, all these things together led to the establishment of the Government of India Act 1935. All right, everybody. So this Government of India Act, it had so many features which are in the use even today. For example, the center-state relations we have today, they are actually quite similar to the Government of India Act 1935. For example, the entire machinery of the government, like there should be ministers, there should be secretaries, there should be the OSDs, there should be the undersecretaries, etc. All these things are just the copy of Government of India Act 1935. The separation of power into three distinct lists, three separate lists of power, again Government of India Act. Emergency provisions, Government of India Act. Relations between governor and his council of minister, Government of India Act 1935. All right. So all these things we can say that Government of India Act was probably the most comprehensive document. Some of you might be able to remember the number of the sections, right? 329 or something like that. Don't remember those things, not necessary. But yes, the major provisions which we are going to study are like here. Basically, it provided for the federal structure. Okay, provided for federal structure, which will be consisting of two houses. Number one, Federal Assembly. Okay. Number two, the Council of States. This will be having a period of 5 years. Okay, 5 years, and a total of 375 members. And this will be having a period of 7 years and a total of 260 members. Right? This will be nominated and indirectly elected. And this will be nominated plus directly elected. All right. So this is the structure of the federal government which was proposed. And what was the condition of the formation of the federation? So this was basically conditional. Okay, conditional. What was the condition? The condition was that suppose in this 260 total members, in this total of 260 members, let us assume that 60% members were from the British Indian states, which was total of 156. Okay, from the states, or 104 from the princely states. So if 156 from British state and 104 from the princely states, so bare minimum 52 members should be agreed. 52 members should be agreed. Only then this federation was going to be established. But that did not happen. Resulting into the complete failure of this federal scheme. All right. However, what happened when we talk about the relations between center and state, or the state provisions? So it provided the provincial autonomy. Okay, provincial autonomy. It also provided for the separate subject list. All right. Subject list means you can see the federal, the provincial, and the concurrent. And it also provided the emergency powers to governor. And apart from that, it also provided the selective bicameral legislature in the states, in some states. All right. So these things made it very much similar to the current scenario. Even today also we have the bicameral legislature in some states. In that period as well, the bicameral legislature, that means the two houses, Vidhan Sabha and Vidhan Parishad, that means the legislative assembly and legislative council. These two houses were present in some of the states, not in all of them. Got it, everyone? And the other provisions were also there. For example, some miscellaneous provisions, right? Some other provisions were there, like the Federal Reserve Bank was there, like Federal Court was there, Federal Supreme Court, like the proposal of Federal Public Service Commission was there, and Provincial Public Service Commission was there. Okay. And similarly, we had the dominance or priority to the provinces in the concurrent list. And in case of miscellaneous or non-scheduled list, so miscellaneous power was there with miscellaneous subjects. They were to be given to the Governor General Viceroy. He will be the authority to decide it on the last one. Okay, everybody? I hope it's clear to all of you. Now we will be moving towards the most important segment of our freedom struggle. That is the beginning of the last stage of freedom struggle, where Mahatma Gandhi and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, these two super important figures and personalities of our freedom fight, they would be contributing in their own manner, in their own ways, for the freedom of India. So make it sure that once upon a time, if you have the faith that only Gandhi or only Bose was responsible, then make it sure that today this is going to change. So guys, make it sure that you share the session once again with your friends so that they can also join it right now. Let us begin with this particular comparison. Now, what happened that Gandhi, as a political leader, as a social reformer, he had a lot of conflicts with the eminent people of his era. Like, for example, in the Pune Pact, where Ambedkar was actually asking for the separate electorate and he got it by the British. Separate electorate means the cultural separatism. Like the Muslims were getting the separate electorate and ultimately they got the separate nation altogether. So Gandhi actually considered it to be detrimental for the Hindu society to have the depressed classes as a separate religion altogether. So therefore he insisted and persuaded Ambedkar by keeping a fast unto death. Ultimately, Dr. Ambedkar had got just 71 seats by the British in the all provincial assemblies combined together. Gandhi agreed to leave 147 seats for the depressed classes, making it much more comprehensive representation of the depressed classes in the assemblies. However, still Dr. Ambedkar was not very much satisfied because he thought it as an opportunity where the depressed classes could have their own land or their own social segment free from the Hindus as such. So he did not like Gandhi that much. However, the story of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is a very different story. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he was a big fan of Mahatma Gandhi when he entered into the non-cooperation movement. He was hardly like 24, 25 years of age. But when he entered into the non-cooperation movement, immediately after that, Gandhi had stopped the movement, and this resulted into the anger. And Bose found it more practical when he met Chittaranjan Das. So practically, Netaji Bose became the political successor of Chittaranjan Das in the Bengal Congress, and ultimately emerged as the biggest leader of Congress in Bengal region, in fact in entire eastern India. However, as I told you that when in 1934 the emergence of socialist wing of Congress and a Congress Socialist Party. Now this was the time when a lot of Congress workers, they had inclined towards the socialism, and therefore Nehru and Bose, they became the important leaders. However, Bose was more popular. Bose was more popular in Congress workers, because Bose was more socialist, right? And more socialist means what? He was very aggressive for the rights of the workers, rights of the lower sections, rights of the poor communities. So the poor members of the Congress, as well as the members who were on the lower ranks of the Congress provincial committees, who did not get any respect from the typical leaders, they actually got the respect and commandment of the Subhash Chandra Bose. And therefore what happened? The popularity of the Bose, it resulted into the defeat of B. Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. B. Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. And this defeat of B. Pattabhi Sitaramaiah, who was the candidate supported by Mahatma Gandhi in the election of 1939 Tripuri session of Congress. Now this resulted into the rift between Gandhi and Bose, where Gandhi demanded that if Bose allows for the recounting of the votes, I will submit my resignation. All right, which means that Gandhi was not sure that if Bose has got the generic or the genuine votes or not. Basically, this was a type of, you can say, allegation of the voting irregularities. Bose was hurt and he decided to resign. So he resigned. Okay. Bose resigned due to moral pressure from Gandhi. And after that, Bose decided to found a forward bloc. So all India forward bloc, that was established, and this resulted into the extreme communist approach of Bose. Okay, extreme communist ideology. However, let me tell you, due to this Bose was house arrested by British government. Bose was house arrested. Okay. And that resulted into what? That resulted into the escape of Bose from, he escaped from Calcutta to Kabul to Germany. All right. So that is the case where Bose was allowed to escape, right? And let me just tell you one more thing. Bose was allowed to escape not because the British were weak, because he had actually, changed his appearance. He had changed his, entire look. He grew a long beard and took the name of Ziauddin. So exactly very filmy type of planning was made. And they thought that if anyone would care to take the route by train or something, the government can give a check on the train or something. So he decided to go by the land route, by the highway, and using the personal motor car of his own nephew, right? His own nephew, the son of his elder brother, Sharat Chandra Bose. Guys, Sharat Chandra Bose, he was the elder brother of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. And there was a dispute between Subhash Chandra Bose and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Do you know why? Because Subhash Chandra Bose was not only the favorite of his own elder brother Sharat Chandra Bose, but also the favorite of the elder brother of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's elder brother, whose name was Vitthal Bhai Patel. So Vitthal Bhai Patel had transferred all his property in the name of Subhash Chandra Bose through his will. So this will became the matter of dispute between Bose and Sardar Patel, and they fought a legal battle, properly a legal battle. Anyways, so Bose got an opportunity to reach to the Germany, right everyone? So when Bose reached Germany, what was happening? It was basically the time period of 1942. In 1942, Bose in Germany, he established Indian League. Okay, Indian League. And he also established Azad Hind Radio. Azad Hind Radio. He also established Free India Institution. All right. So all these groups, all these parties which were established by Bose, actually this Indian League, this was the, you can say it was like the INA of Germany. It was like the INA of Germany, where at least 4,500, like 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers who were the Indian, war prisoners captured by German armies, they became the member of this Indian League and they fought in the side of Germany against the British forces and allied forces. All right, everyone. However, let me tell you one more thing, that afterwards, Netaji, he left for Japan. No, he left for Singapore. I'm sorry. Singapore. So Singapore, actually, he reached on the 2nd of July, 1943. All right, everyone. On the 2nd of July 1943, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose reached Singapore and took the charge of INA, basically not INA, but let me just name it, took the charge of Indian Independence League. Okay, Indian Independence League. This was actually the organization founded by Ras Bihari Bose, founded by Ras Bihari Bose, who was an old revolutionary of India, old revolutionary who lived in Japan, living in Japan. All right, everyone. So what happened? Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he actually met to Ras Bihari Bose, and Ras Bihari Bose had an organization named Indian Independence League, and this Indian Independence League, it was the foundation of the new Indian National Army. New Indian National Army. Now guys, when we talk about the Indian National Army, I am telling you the new Indian National Army, which means that there must be the old Indian National Army also. So if we talk about the old INA, it was actually established by or led by Mohan Singh, Captain Mohan Singh, and General Fujiwara of Japan. Captain Mohan Singh, he was the British Indian, right? British Indian soldier commander. Okay. So what happened? Actually, this was established on the 1st September 1942 and abolished in December 1942. Then the second INA or the new INA, as we told, the second INA that was established or revived in the July 1943, and ultimately what happened? Japan gave more soldiers, more Indian prisoners of war to Bose, and the civilians in the Indian civilians in Southeast Asia, they also joined, and leading to the 40,000 to 50,000 soldiers. All right, everyone. So there were quite a large number of the soldiers as far as the level of participation was concerned. Got it, everyone? Remember the fact. And not only that, this entire number of 40,000-50,000 soldiers, it was divided into several blocks, like several brigades, like Subhash Brigade, okay, Subhash Brigade, like Nehru Brigade was there, like Azad Brigade was there, and Gandhi Brigade was there. Another group, that a fifth one, that was Rani of Jhansi Brigade. Okay, Rani of Jhansi Brigade. So total of 5 brigades were there. And guys, ultimately what happened? Ultimately, this Azad Hind Fauj or Indian National Army, it also got Andaman and Nicobar and Arakan regions from Japan. Okay, from Japan. So ultimately what happened, that on the 21st of October in Rangoon, Singapore, okay, Rangoon, Singapore, and Port Blair. These three were the locations from where the Azad Hind, right, the Azad Hind government was established. All right, everyone. So basically it functioned from these three places. However, Port Blair was their most common place, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands were renamed as Shahid and Swaraj Islands. And ultimately what will happen? Ultimately Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and his INA, they will lead the invasion at various places, particularly the Imphal operation or the Kohima operation, etc. Right? These operations will be taken up by INA. Okay, everyone. So once these operations were there, what was happening in the, what was the time period? Time period was basically 1944. So what was happening in India? Because Netaji Bose was doing all these things from Southeast Asia. What was happening in India? In India, Gandhi was leading the Quit India movement. All right, everyone. So when we talk about the Quit India movement, we must understand one point. All right. Just a second. So basically, December 1941, actually September 1939, August 1940, and December 1941. Guys, these are three crucial points in the World War. September 1939, Germany attacked on Poland and World War started. In the same year, in the month of December, the Indian National Congress, which was running the government in 8 provinces, right, in 8 provinces, they actually in fact led the resignation on 12th of December 1939. After that, in the August 1940, there was the offer made by the British to Indians, where they gave the offer to make a constitution for the very first time, and they suggested that Indians would be the members of the Constituent Assembly also. Very unique offer, but not accepted by India because the promises were quite superstitious. In fact, I would say the superfluous, right? Superfluous. Why? Because they said that the British War Cabinet will be extending the government of India's wartime cabinet, and there would be more members who would be Indians. However, they did not tell that how many members of Indian and European origins in the Constituent Assembly would be there. Ultimately, this entire plan that was just a verbal service, nothing serious. This was rejected. Then in 1941 December, America entered the World War II. However, Japan was advancing very rapidly towards the Southeast Asia, and India was in the range of the Japanese invasion because Japan had occupied Andaman, Nicobar and Arakan provinces of the lower Burma. Remember that the areas about which I am talking right now, basically these are the areas about which I am talking right now. This is basically the area where the Japan had reached. Okay, Japan had reached. So this was grabbed by Japan. Japan. So they were basically ruling over Bay of Bengal. Now British were afraid. So Americans and Chinese and Russians, everyone suggested Britain to send a solid offer to the leaders of India so that they can support you with the complete man and material and the power, everything. So what happened? There was a Cripps mission. Cripps mission actually talked about the dominion status after the war. All right, after the war. Apart from that, it also talked about the transfer of power. Sorry. Talked about the constitution making as a responsibility of Indians only, right? Of Indians only. And it also did not directly mention Pakistan, creation of Pakistan, but it provided that any disagreement or any disagreed state may opt out of Constituent Assembly. So basically it suggested that whichever state is not ready to make the constitution combined with the other states, they can actually make their own Constituent Assembly and they can make their own constitution. However, one thing was the problematic thing, that was basically no constitution would be implemented without a treaty between the Britain and India to guarantee the welfare of minorities, welfare of the minority interests. Now this was outrageous. This was outrageous because Britain was taking the responsibility that she will protect the minorities and the depressed classes of India even after the India is going to get independence. Now this was ridiculous. Basically the British, they were unable to get rid of their so-called superiority complex, and this is why Indian leadership completely discarded these provisions, right? And they suggested that suppose, for example, Mahatma Gandhi said that it is actually a post-dated check Nehru added on the falling bank. So it was nothing substantial to be accepted. Even Muslim League also rejected this. All right. However, what happened? Due to this, the public became furious. Public opinion, it became furious. And Gandhi had to launch the Quit India movement. All right, Quit India movement. So basically, Quit India movement, it was a very huge. I would not be going into the descriptive detailings because ultimately one important thing is there. that Quit India movement, it was having some of the most outstanding features, like it was basically the ultimatum to the British to leave India. All right. Not only that, basically all Congress leadership was under arrest, and the second tier of leadership was leading. Okay, second tier was leading, which included Aruna Asaf Ali, Ram Manohar Lohia, then even the leaders such as Morarji Desai, such as Meenu Masani, Jayaprakash Narayan, etc. Okay. Not only that, here the violence was imminent. Violence was absolutely widespread, because there was no leadership to control these violences, right? Secret radio services, these were there, right? Secret radio services. Usha Mehta was running one. Then Yuti Sarkar, sorry, not Yuti Sarkar, Prati Sarkar, okay, Prati Sarkar, or parallel governments, okay, or the parallel governments were there. For example, in UP, Balia, in Maharashtra, in Bombay, Satara, in Bengal, Tamluk. So basically the people were getting, mad. They were extremely furious, extremely energetic. They were, they were like going mongers in the hatred, in the anger, in the rage against the British dominance. Whosoever got an opportunity, they completely thrashed every symbol of the British dominance. Not only that, the entire British Indian administration was paralyzed due to the Quit India movement. And British were also repulsing in the same fashion. They also led the comprehensive and brutal suppression of the entire movement. And by the year 1944, the British were in a position of control once again. However, after 1944, in the year 1945, when the World War will be over, then suddenly the power dynamics that would change completely. And how would it change completely? We will understand in the last part of our lecture today, the transfer of power. Okay, the transfer of power. So guys, when the end of World War happened, end of World War, August, September 1945. Okay, immediately few things happened, like in Britain, elections took place. In India, two things were happening, that is the communal tension and the Red Fort trials. Basically, we can say that the Red Fort trials were the symbol of anti-British sentiment. anti-British sentiments in the armed forces, leading to what? Leading to November to February mass protests in the whole country. All right, everyone, in the whole country, and that was especially observed by the Navy revolt. All right, Navy revolt in the February 1946. Got it, everyone? Not only that, the communal tension was growing on continuously, and the British government was unable to hold the Congress and All India Muslim League together. All right. For example, there was the failure of Wavell Plan in the June 1945 at Shimla, where Viceroy had offered the equal representation to the caste Hindus and the Muslims. However, Muhammad Ali Jinnah was not ready to allow the Congress to nominate any single Muslim member. Despite that, the chairman of Congress at that moment was Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. However, Jinnah, he insisted that only Muslim League is the true representative of Indian Muslims and no other party has the right. Therefore, Congress and League, they both got entangled together, and in their mutual fight, the communal tension was increasing day by day. However, the result would be very drastic, okay? Now, these two features combined together, they would lead to the declaration of cabinet mission. Okay, declaration of the cabinet mission. All right, everyone. This cabinet mission would be very special, very special. And how would it be special? For example, it would be special because the cabinet mission, it had the potential to solve the entire issue. So basically, it provided for the ABC plan, where A is equal to Northwest Muslim majority, Northwest Muslim area, B is equal to Northeast Muslim area, and C is equal to rest of India. So ultimately, cabinet mission provided for a loose federation of Indian states with only defense, communication and external relations under central government. Rest everything else to the provinces. All right. So this was the plan which was also provided to give the basic structure of the future Indian Federation as well as it also provided the plan of Constituent Assembly. Plan of Constituent Assembly. And for the Constituent Assembly, the members will be, they would be members to be, right, elected from amongst the provincial assembly members. Okay, provincial assembly members. All right. So basically, it is like the election of Rajya Sabha, where the assembly elections would be held and all the members of a state legislative assembly, they would be selecting, or they would be electing their own representative in the Constituent Assembly. So overall, how was this Constituent Assembly constituted or described? Basically, Constituent Assembly had a very unique formation. The Constituent Assembly, it had a total of 389 members, out of which 299 members, they were non-Muslims or non-Pakistan supporters. States and prince. And 90 were, right, 90, they were Pakistan support states and princes. However, this is just the later interpretation. Actually, out of 389 members, 389 seats were there in 1947. So out of 389 seats, basically what happened? The 292 seats, they were designated for the, right, just a second, for the British Indian provinces, British Indian provinces, all right, and apart from that, 4 seats were for British commissionaries or chief commissioners provinces, and out of that, so total how many? Total 292 plus 4, we have still 389 seats. 93 seats were there. 93 seats were there. Seats for the princely states. All right. So overall, 292 plus 4 plus 93, this was 389. However, one more categorization was possible, and out of that total, in total 292, there were the 214 seats allowed for the non-Muslims, and 78 seats were allowed for the Muslims. All right. So overall, you can see that this entire structure of the Constituent Assembly was based upon the communal segregation. So British were finally successful in their games, and the main reason behind it, that was the pressure exerted by Muslim League by inciting the violence. For example, even when this elections were conducted, so elections in the provinces, 1946, do you know Out of 214 seats, Congress won, right, these were non-Muslim seats. Congress won 205. Okay. And out of 78 Muslim seats, Muslim League won, right, this is Congress, and Muslim League won 73. So complete communal polarization that was there, and now no power could have stopped the partition of India, especially when on the 2nd of September, the interim government for the transfer of power that was established, led by Congress. Why? Because before that, 16th of August, Muslim League had, right, All India Muslim League had declared the Direct Action Day. Direct Action Day. Why have I written these two things parallelly? Just to tell you that on the one side, the provincial assembly elections are happening and they are choosing the members of Constituent Assembly. On the other side, the interim government that is formed and they are taking care of the transfer of power. And on the third side, Muslim League is doing their own business. They are observing the Direct Action Day, killing the thousands of the non-Muslim population in the city of Calcutta, resulting into the extreme retaliation by the Hindus and the Sikh communities. And this entire fiasco was disturbed due to the communal violence. The result would be that the British would decide to change the viceroy. So they would send new viceroy, and this new viceroy, he will come under a declaration by Attlee, the Prime Minister of UK. Okay, he will give a deadline of 30th June 1948 to leave India. However, the Governor General Viceroy Lord Mountbatten, he will observe the reality and he would decide to leave much earlier. So he presented the 3rd June plan, okay? 3rd June plan, or the Mountbatten plan, also called as the Mountbatten plan. And this plan was basically the plan of partition of India, and it had so many features, so many pointers, but the most important pointers were the following. For example, the end of British rule in India, number one. Number two, the creation of two dominions, independent dominions, namely India and Pakistan. Third, partition of India to be effective under a boundary award. Okay, not only that, Even the 3rd June partition plan also had the features like the end of British paramountcy from the princely states, and they would be having 3 choices: either remain free or join India or join Pakistan. It's their choice. Okay, so basically these features will be there. Apart from that, several other features were also there, like the transfer of power to be made to the Constituent Assembly either as a single body, right? Either as a single body or multiple bodies. So basically, this plan had the intention of fragmenting the Indian subcontinent into several countries if possible. Therefore, this is also called as the plan of balkanization. The plan of balkanization of India, basically segregation into several parts. Got it, everybody? So that is about the Mountbatten plan. Ultimately, what happened? Ultimately, if you observe it, you will realize that Indian subcontinent, which was before the British conquest, like this. Before British conquest, there were so many, small princely states and all. Then the British became the dominant power, right, everyone? And after that, in 1930, this is the map of India, where the pink areas are indicating the direct British rule, and the green areas are indicating the princely states. After that, we have this particular map, which is indicating the partition plan of India. You can see that this particular boundary line which is awarded here, this boundary line was basically the boundary to separate the Punjab and to separate the Bengal, okay? Punjab and Bengal. Apart from that, we have some other states joining Pakistan, like we have Sindh. So Sindh. We had Northwestern Frontier Province. So Northwestern Frontier Province. All right, guys. Apart from that, we had the Sylhet division of Assam. So Sylhet of Assam. And we had the Chittagong region. Chittagong. Now let me just tell you the story of each and every one of them. You will be shocked to learn that Punjab and Bengal, they were given the chance to accept or reject the partition. They are all members of Legislative Assembly in Punjab and Bengal. They were asked to make a meeting religious wise, that means basically Muslim members and non-Muslim members separately, and then they had to decide in the favor or in the against of partition. They decided in the favor of partition, number 1. Sindh, the Legislative Assembly of the Sindh was given the chance to give a vote in the favor or in against of the partition. Sindh gave the vote in the favor of partition, number 2. Northwestern Frontier Province, which was the only province, 99% majority of Muslims, still they had supported Indian National Congress in the 1946 elections. But when they saw that Congress was not supporting their candidature, there was no chance of aligning with India. There was the, right, so these two, the communal meeting of assembly members, okay, assembly members. This one, assembly resolution, okay, assembly resolution. And this one, plebiscite, okay. So this is how the plebiscite means the popular consensus, that means the voting in the public. So popular voting was conducted where 99% people supported joining Pakistan. And here also in Sylhet was the Muslim majority district of Assam, which was given the chance to vote either to join Pakistan or to remain in India. They chose Pakistan, okay. However, Chittagong, that was the Buddhist majority division of Bengal, they were not given any choice. They were waiting that they would be given choice to join India. However, they simply were pushed with the East Pakistan. So ultimately what happened? Ultimately, on the 15th of August, two countries emerged, India and Pakistan. Pakistan had West Pakistan and East Pakistan, okay, but India had India plus some princely states still which were pending, mainly Jammu and Kashmir, okay, Jammu and Kashmir, Hyderabad, Junagadh, Manipur, and Sikkim, and Travancore, and Bhopal. So these were some of the states which were still not the part of India on the 15th of August 1947. So guys, ultimately these would be made the part of Indian subcontinent, particularly the Republic of India or independent India, as per the efforts of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. All right, everyone. So finally, the topic of modern Indian history is over, but this independence left us with the partition and the huge strings of the people with the dead bodies dying and crying with their loved ones, where the trains and the cars were coming along with the dead bodies filled in the exchequers. So ultimately this partition, it was the horrific outcome of our independence. Therefore we must remember and cherish the independence. So guys, in case if you really want to pursue your dream to become a civil servant, StudyIQ has actually got a very wonderful offer for all of you, where we are providing you with the silver, gold and platinum. That means the varying durations of 18 months, 30 months and 42 months. As per your preference, your choice, if you are in the first year or second year or in third year, depending upon your requirements, these courses are available in English and Hindi, all three different medium. Not only that, these courses are actually having the distinctive features like syllabus coverage is a must, that is always there. Apart from that, one-to-one mentorship is there. Then there is a daily current affairs program, plus there is a specific coverage of the issue-based topics. Not only that, you will be having the dedicated books by StudyIQ publication exclusive for the civil services examination. In the time when the prelims examination will approach, you will be getting the success in prelims SIP, a special program. If you are able to clear the prelims examination, then you will be getting the success in mains as well as the mains residential program, where you will be called to StudyIQ campus in Delhi NCR, and your stay, your food, your coaching, everything will be taken care by us without any extra cost. So that is extremely wonderful opportunity. And remember, this particular plan, everything, MRP, SIP, everything, it is going to be valid for the maximum duration of 42 months if you are joining us in that program. So guys, today we are starting the batches. In fact, the admissions are closing on 15th of August. Sorry, 15th of October. I'm sorry, 15th of August. Still in the, you can say, memories of freedom. So 15th of October, that means today itself is the last day to enroll in this batch. So make it sure that you get yourself enrolled if you have not done it yet. All right. So thank you so much, guys, for watching it. This content will be available on my Telegram channel, as well as the previous marathons content will also be available there. So make it sure that you join the Telegram channel and you will get everything in detail. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. Take care. Bye-bye and Jai Hind.